The world runs on curiosity. It leads to exploration, revelation, and progress. And guess what? We are insatiably curious. So, if you want to advance and grow, make your business future-proof, or increase your brand equity, you can rely on us. We shape experiences by combining visions, ideas, and solutions. We bridge strategy and creativity. We blend marketing and in-depth technological expertise. We are and we work end to end. Therefore, we bring together the most diverse talents, all passionate about advancing digitally together. We are not one thing, we are many things, but we act as one. We see infinite opportunities. I.O.
Innovation hinges on our ability to see things differently, breaking boundaries and looking between the lines in an effort to solve some of the world's toughest challenges. Working together across disciplines and pushing ourselves to see the future from an alternative perspective.
Sound hardware initialized. If you wish to install to another directory and/or drive, please type it in below. Thank you. Installing. Please stand by. Installation complete.
Alright. Hey. Ooh, yeah. Got to be conscious. If you're not conscious, you can't ride this bus. Listen, general, cause you know say we feel lost. You them nowadays, them are gone to fearless. Yeah. So you got to be conscious. If you're not conscious, you can't ride this bus. Listen, general, cause you know say we feel lost. Nowadays, them are gone to fearless. Whoa. Governmental promises and political policies. They should have listened to the people. Talking truths and rights is anything that we say. They want to dash it away. But through the music we play, you know we must stay conscious same way. You got to be conscious. If you're not conscious, you can't ride this bus. Listen, general, cause you know say we feel lost. You them nowadays, them are gone to fearless. Yeah, so you got to be conscious. If you're not conscious, you can't ride this bus. Listen, general, cause you know say we feel lost. You them nowadays, them are gone to fearless. Whoa. Don't get caught up in bad company. Don't get caught up.
So, we're back.
Good morning.
Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen allemaal. En welkom terug bij DF22. Did you all miss it?
What? Did you all miss it? Come on.
Okay, that's better because we could have done that virtually. So we are extremely happy to have you all back today. And Arnold is going to introduce and talk a little bit about Stichting DUG and what we're all doing and about sponsorships and all those kind of things.
Yes. Yeah, so the DUG is a foundation, a stichting, and we organize the yearly DF event. We help our sponsors with organizing meetups. So the next meetup is 3rd of November at IO Digital. So you're all welcome there. Maybe not all, but yeah, let's get as much people there as possible. And we work with a system where we have, at the current stage, 28 sponsors of various agencies, including Umbraco, but also Microsoft, who are sponsoring us and making this event possible. And we couldn't run all of this without that. Certainly this year it has been a bit of a challenge, money-wise, since we have an interesting sponsorship system where you pay for a full year, and you pay at the start of the year. And at the start of this year, there was no war in Ukraine, and there was no electricity prices that went through the roof. So we're very happy that we sold out, because we really needed the money to make this event a possibility. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for purchasing tickets. And if you're not a sponsor, reach out to us, because we would love to welcome you to be a sponsor.
And I think we can also use some help organizing it, because I think this DUGFest we kind of organized together. So if anyone from the community wants to stand up and join DUG and helping to organize these events, meetups, DUGFest, then that would be awesome.
We have great help today. So if you look at anyone with a black keycord saying Umbraco, that's crew. So have a round of applause for everyone helping us today. But yes, we also would like to have a bit more help throughout the year, planning this, imagining this, scaling this, maybe. So if you feel up for the task, then also reach out to us, please. We keep saying this every year, and then the last 3 years nothing happened. So let's hope this time someone will reach out.
But that was virtual.
That was virtual.
So now you can organize an in-person event, which is of course way more fun, because we can have dinners and fun and barbecues and so on. So next, t-shirts and swag, because that's what you all came for to this event, of course. So we have these beautiful t-shirts, and we have a bunch of legacy DUGFest t-shirts. And from the coffee break, you can get them at the left side of the smederij. You will see the big pile. You can collect one of the t-shirts. You get a sticker, so you don't get two, because we have limited stock. And then you can fit them there.
And for the old stock, we want to really get rid of it. So just please take some of the old stock, because I don't want to bring it home.
Yeah, I think those two will be very happy if all the boxes are gone from our living room.
Yeah, someone at my house who's standing there would be very happy if I wouldn't bring all this back.
And also, please take the swag from IO, which is filling up your garage for the last 2 years.
Yeah, as well. Yeah, so there's enough swag. And there are two types of t-shirts. There's a V-neck and a round neck. So there's a 50-50 split in stock, so if you have a preference, be quick.
So then on a more serious note, you already saw some of the code of conduct in the video. There's some code of conduct banners, there is a code of conduct on our website. So it all comes down so that we kind of be nice to each other, be welcoming, be opening, listen to each other. And if something happens, the people with the black Umbraco key cords, you can go to and report if there are any incidents.
Yes, so I mentioned sponsors, so let's highlight some of our sponsors. We have different partner tiers. So our biggest sponsors are Infocaster, 4NG, IO Digital, Microsoft, Tres, and of course Umbraco as well. Then we have another sponsor tier with Elion, Control, Marvelous, Novaware, Dept, Accendo, Perplex, Port80, and your marketing suite. And then we can continue with more sponsors. Basic Orange, The Factor E, now part of 4NG, Gloed Online, Ipsys, Nextwork, Orange Juice, Human Digital, Suneco, Web Wonders, True People, and Tambien. And then we have two freelance sponsors, Jeeve and Code38. So even if you're a freelancer and you think like you want to sponsor, it's basically you pay for the ticket price of DUGFest plus a bit extra, and that's your sponsorship fee.
Perfect. Next up. This was in 2019. Like we were with 210 people, today we are with 140 seeing the empty chairs. And I think we should be able to top this. So I want to invite our photographer up to the stage. And what are we going to let them do this year?
Well, I guess it would be nice if they would just stand.
Yeah, that would
be a good start. Yeah, that would be a good start.
And then close in a little bit.
Yeah, very COVID safe, but just let's do a bit closer. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. And they were still I saw all the photographers running out, so that was perfect.
What? Oh, this is Alice. Yeah, just waiting a second for a photographer.
Yes. So in the meantime, say hi to your neighbor. Okay, he's here. Okay. Yeah, let's stand in front.
Okay, let's all do hands up.
Everybody ready? Yay! Yay! Yes. So, and we know there are a lot of companies here that might want to have a group picture taken, like IO. I think there are like 10, 12 people here from IO and other companies. So you can come here at 3, and then the photographer will take your group picture in front of the screens or in front of the sofas or whatever you like. Then one final thing, enjoy today. And then, one last final thing. Ooh. We have to introduce the writer. You can get to the stage. And Raita will be your host today on this stage. She will introduce the speakers, run the panels, and basically kicks me off the stage now and takes over.
Let's go.
Thanks.
Enjoy your day.
Goedemorgen and welcome again. Also everyone watching us online with live streaming, welcome. We're in Utrecht, it's 9 a.m. Central European time, and we're actually ready to do this. So I hope you have your cup of joe, your bakkie pleur, or basically tea, coffee, your fuel of the day. And I think it's time to kick off the conference of today. This is my first Doekfest, by the way, and I'm kind of curious, actually, how many first-timers are there here? Oh, I'm not alone, thank you! Thank you for not making me feel alone, first Doekfest. Okay, let's make this one to remember. We're gonna start off this conference with a keynote. A keynote from Marie van Driessen. She is a UX designer, and she is not a stranger to the tech community. In fact, I have had the honor and pleasure to meet her and work with her during an accessibility conference last year. Today, she will talk about web design and the importance of having an inclusive web design. She will also give tips on how to make your website more accessible. Marie, when you're ready, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Okay, everything's working. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Raita, and thank you for having me and having my talk today. So this morning we're going to start off with inclusive design, more than you hear. At the moment I'm working at Unk Inc., which is a company in Amsterdam, and we make websites, web applications for non-profit organizations who want to have a societal impact. And obviously, I also am busy with web accessibility. I know a bit of code, but I also want to make sure that everything is accessible. And I also want to talk to you about why it is important to have accessibility as an important aspect of your work. So that's my talk today. And you can see that I am using sign language. I was born deaf, and I was never hearing, so I don't know what that's like. And there are two interpreters here today who will be interpreting my talk into English and the other way around. And I use sign language interpreters at meetings, at talks like this one, at a doctor's appointment, at all kinds of situations. So I want to start off this talk with a short story. So this is the Dutch railways, the NS. And I have an app on my phone, which is a video relay service, an interpreting service. And through that, I can call persons or companies or my doctor, for example, through an interpreter. And I had a problem with my subscription at the NS at the time, and so I called them and I just wanted to discuss something. And this is kind of what it looks like when I do that. But something that happened is before I started my conversation, they asked me to give my consent because of the GDPR. So General Data Protection Regulation. And so I said, sure, fine, I'm signing yes. So I signed yes, I gave my consent, and that was interpreted through the interpreter into Dutch. But they then reacted that that's not actually possible, that I had to say yes. So I responded with yes, I already said yes, but they wanted me to say yes with my voice, and then I already said that I had said yes through my sign language, and that was interpreted. So there was quite a discussion. And then the interpreter told me, I think this woman wants you to use your voice to say yes. So, yeah. I was thinking, I'm saying yes in my own language, so is that not as valuable as saying it in a spoken language? That kind of felt like I was discriminated. So I had to use this other language to make myself heard. But I have to say this is kind of an old story in the meantime, because some things have changed. This is a friend of mine sent me this, that NS actually does have taken the initiative to make themselves accessible. So you can actually directly call the NS through an interpreter. So if you look at the bottom right, you see there are different ways of contacting the Dutch railways. You can use Twitter, the chat, Facebook. You can call them. But if, yeah, that's the bottom right. Sorry, I had to mirror it. But on the bottom right, you can see that if you're deaf or hard of hearing, you have the ability to call them through a relay service, so an interpreter, or through text. So this is what it looks like. So you have the option to choose Dutch Sign Language or to have a text relay service. So that's kind of the same as being interpreted. So these options are available, which is great. And this way they have shown more responsibility for accessibility, and this is important, and I will get back to it later. So before we go into design, I have two perspectives I want to share about being deaf. And deafness obviously means that one can't hear, but there is also more to it. So there is a medical and a cultural perspective to it. So the small d, the lowercase d, that is used to describe or identify a person who has a severe hearing problem. That's the lowercase d. But there's another perspective as well, which is the uppercase d, where it is used by deaf people to identify themselves as culturally deaf, and they also have a strong deaf identity. So these are cultural deaf people. And usually these people also use a sign language. But be aware that there is also a discussion going on at the moment about this uppercase, lowercase d, because some people feel like being discriminated by other deaf people if they use one of the d's. So it's a sensitive topic at the moment, but I think it is an important thing that deaf people identify themselves as being deaf, and which is represented by the uppercase d in this case. So deaf people who have a deaf identity usually have a sign language as their native language. For me, that is Dutch Sign Language. And one important note is that sign languages are not simple gestural codes, not based on any spoken language. That is important to say, but it is a real natural language. They have their own grammar, syntax, and they are visual spatial languages. So also grammar and syntax is very different from spoken languages, and it's very important to use facial expressions to give emphasis to certain things. And this is a question I get many times, if sign languages are universal, and that is not the case. It's the same as with any spoken language. So, for example, as the way in France there's a different sign language than the Netherlands, and it's the same with spoken languages. So if we talk about languages, for deaf people, usually their sign language is their first language. So, for example, if we take the Netherlands as an example, for Dutch deaf people, Dutch is their second language, and their first language, their native language, is Dutch Sign Language. So you can actually compare deaf readers to second language learners in that sense. And deaf people don't see themselves as disabled. So deaf people are usually more identify themselves as a cultural minority rather than someone with a disability. And maybe look at it this way. The dominant language of a country is usually not what deaf people use as their first language, and that is the problem mostly because there is a deaf community on one hand and the disabled community on the other hand. I mean, the hearing community and the deaf people fall in between because we don't need physical adjustments whatsoever. We don't use wheelchairs, but it's more cultural and linguistic adjustments that we need. Yeah, this is something a lot of people say. Deaf people can read our written content, so it's fine. Well, like I mentioned before, so Dutch Sign Language is not the same as written Dutch whatsoever. And the way I'm trying to explain the difference is by these examples. It's an English example. In English, you would say, "Would you like to have lunch with me?" And then in sign language, you would sign, "You, me, lunch, go." And the same goes for the other example. The yellow ball is in the cupboard. And in sign language, you would sign, "Cupboard, ball, yellow, inside." I want to emphasize, though, that this does not mean that sign language grammar is more a simplified version than grammar of spoken languages. It's just a way of showing that there is different grammars of all languages. So that goes for spoken languages and sign languages, like French and English, for example. We're a small but a quite diverse group. And you see I visualize this in a pyramid. And the biggest group is on the top, on the bottom. So those are deaf people who have additional disabilities. For example, learning difficulties or cognitive disabilities. And there's the second group in the middle, which is a bit smaller, who know the dominant language of the country, but it's their second language. That's also quite a large group. And on top, you see the smallest group of deaf people. And these deaf people know the dominant language and sign language on the same level. They're bilingual. And that is it's a very small group, and you can see that as the society is a very diverse group, the same goes for the deaf community. So it's very important to first identify the problem, to then recognize exclusion, and then we can actually look at inclusive design, what that is. But you know there's no one size fits all, and that's why I want to give you some pointers and tips and some tools to know what you can use in your design. And if you use these pointers, you can not just reach deaf people by it, but also a bigger group. I'm going to start at the basics, and which is writing for the web. And I have a few tips, and if you keep these in mind, you will actually have more people benefit from those. And it is mostly the readability that will be improved, and absolutely not just for deaf people, but also for others. They can benefit from it. And for example, 1 in 6 Dutch adults have difficulty in reading, writing, and calculating. That is actually quite a lot. So there is people with dyslexia or poor vision or previously undiagnosed learning difficulties, or maybe they haven't found any environment where they could learn in the best possible way. And if you look at deaf people, that percentage is even higher, about 70%. These deaf people are functionally illiterate people. And what studies have shown is it's very salient that deaf people have trouble with understanding the content of implicit meaning in the text when they're reading. And it's actually not very strange because, as I mentioned before, Dutch is not their first language, usually. So it's still hard to read in that sense. You can imagine if everything would be presented to you in French and you would have to read that, that would cost a lot of cognitive load to understand everything. So these are a few tips I want to give you to improve readability. I'll just name them as they're bulleted. So use headings and subheadings. Make 1 point per paragraph. And use short sentences, so 7 to 10 words per line, approximately. And use bulleted lists like this one. Use easy, accessible language whenever that's possible. And write in a journalistic style, so make your point and then explain it. Write in an active form. And avoid unnecessary jargon and slang that can very much increase the user's cognitive load. And of course, use images, diagrams, and multimedia for visual translation of the content. Also, it's very good to chunk your content and using white space as well. And if it's possible, use a glossary for a specialized vocabulary and provide definitions in a simpler language. And it's especially important with medical jargon or legal terminology. It very much helps to use a glossary. And I think that goes for more people that it's important. So reading takes effort. A lot of people find it hard to read, so this is important to keep in mind. And there are other solutions, obviously. Some of them, one of them is subtitling, and subtitles are something that I personally love. But what I want to explain is there's a difference between subtitles on one hand and closed captioning. So subtitles are usually used to display a conversation of people, and they're also translations of one language to the others. For example, an English series that is subtitled into Dutch, or the other way around. It is meant for people who can hear, usually, or people who don't know a language and want to read the dialogue that is being spoken. Closed captioning, on the other hand, is something that is used to display all the sounds that you hear. So if a door shuts or any other sound, then it's displayed in the closed captioning. So there are more details to it than in the subtitling. That's only just the dialogue. And this is a very good solution, actually, to make the content accessible. And I personally love it. And that's because I love to read. So subtitling or closed captioning works for me fine, so I don't have any trouble reading. But if you look at the average deaf person, it can be quite a hard time reading them because there are language jokes and synonyms. So for a lot of deaf people, that doesn't really come across through the subtitling because it's not written in their language. And so sign languages don't have a natural written form. That is also important. And what you do with subtitling is you give a written translation for people who don't have this natural written form of their own language. But I have to say subtitles have a lot of advantages. So for social media, they're being used widely. And they were obviously first started off for deaf and hard of hearing people, but everybody uses them nowadays. So 80% of people who watch videos with closed captions are not deaf or hard of hearing. And closed captioning has many advantages, like I mentioned. For example, obviously, captions make videos accessible to a wider audience. So that's not just deaf and hard of hearing people, but also second language learners. And this is something you probably experience yourself. Captions let viewers watch videos in more places. So if you're sitting on the train, if you forgot your earbuds and you want to watch a video, then you can still do that by reading the subtitles. And something that is very interesting is that closed captions boost video SEO. So Google indexes all videos and the words that are used in the subtitles, and they will be higher ranked in the SEO. But make sure then that your subtitles are not burned into your video, but they have to be separately added by an SRT file. So the aim of subtitles is to give the message of what is being said. So you don't have to test the language knowledge of your audience. So a literal translation like this of a tennis game is, well, not very necessary to convey the message of tic-tac. And another solution which is being used a bit more often is transcripts. Many people think a transcript is a good solution, which is the case, but it works well for people who don't have any trouble reading a language. And like I said before, it can be hard for deaf people to read text, and transcripts can be quite a challenge. They are usually a literal translation of what people are saying, so all the ums and the thoughts are being taken into account, which you can also read. But it is still very important to make podcasts accessible. For example, podcasts are being made accessible by transcripts at the moment for me, but also for other people who are hearing. And that is also something that works with the optimization of SEO. So you can also put a transcript into a YouTube video.
This is a solution that I find very attractive. This is a multimedia solution. The content of the website is being interpreted into sign language by a native speaker. So that is someone who is deaf themselves who sign the text into their sign language. So that is fully accessible for deaf people. But you can see on the slide a contact form for the municipality of Oostende in Flanders. You can get in touch with via different ways. But you can also say, why do you want to make an appointment? And you can see everything in Dutch in Flemish sign language. And there's also subtitles in the video, which is a very good solution. But it has some practical disadvantages because it costs a lot of time and money to make these videos. And if something in the content changes, you have to retake the video again. And that is a lot of work. For me personally, I don't need this kind of solution because I'm not a very patient person. I don't have the time and energy to look at a video for a really long time to find a little bit of a little piece of information. But for many, many deaf people, this is a very valuable addition. And it's very good for medical information, information on politics, taxes, insurance, for example, domains that have a lot of jargon and technical terms. So here's another example, the elections in 2020 in America. Deaf people set up this website. It's called Sign Vote, and we see a man who is signing and he's telling us our mission is to inform and engage deaf communities throughout the 2020 election by developing and sharing resources in ASL, American Sign Language. In the Netherlands, we have a similar development that's going on with political parties that have their programs translated these days. So that's a very positive development. This is also a very good example of this development. We see a form or a picture of the website of the Council of Utrecht. There's contact details, and if you want to make an appointment, you can use email, social media, and in the bottom, we see that the Utrecht gives people the option to get in touch with them via a sign language interpreter as well. I already showed the picture of the NS, which is here again. So slowly, we see companies taking responsibility to make their content accessible to deaf people as well. But it is also always a bit of a dilemma. We are a relatively small group of people, so how do you decide when to offer this service or not? It has to be a reasonable decision. So for councils, for cities that want to reach their citizens, that can be a very good solution, but for private companies or small companies, it might be different. We see now that accessibility is a hot topic, but it also needs deliberation to decide if it's really necessary or not. I will give you a couple of examples that you can take into account when designing your web page. For example, this one, a contact form that I've just showed you. What sometimes happens is that it's one direction, a one-directional option. So please give people multiple options, not only one. And it would be good if you have a comment field in which people can say, I don't want to be contacted by phone, and this is why. What we also see is do not reply emails. So what will happen is that you get in touch and then you get an email back with a do not reply email, and you have to go back to a contact form or a phone number, which I can't use. So I have to go back to the website, fill in the contact form again and again and again and again. So that's not very practical for me. And still, there are a lot of websites that have contact forms, and then you can give your email, your name, and a phone number, and a phone number is mandatory. And that irks me a lot, because this is what happens. We see a picture now with a screenshot of my phone, and it's all the same numbers that have called me within the time span of, let's see, what is it? A week. I've been called by this same number so many times, and I can't answer the phone. So what do? I just walk around with the phone and give it to someone to answer. So and then I have to take the initiative to go via interpreting services and then find out what this number wants from me and what it is. And then apparently it was an energy company that wanted to sell me a contract. So yeah. So if a phone number is mandatory, yes, only if you contact people by WhatsApp, for instance, then it can be useful. So to summarize, the World Health Organization used to have the perspective on disability as a personal health condition, but they've changed that, and that's a very good development. They now say that disability is mismatched human interactions. And this is a quote from my colleague, which I like very much. Her name is Eva. She says, I don't have a disability. Society imposes a disability on me. And that's a very good example of how the society of my environment, like web pages, for example, make me disabled. And this, well, this gets us to design thinking. I'm not sure if you're developers, designers, but most of the time with projects, when we have a question and we start designing, we use design thinking. So we're looking for a problem and then find a solution to that problem. And in general, we have 5 phases that we use. We start with empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and then test. I have to say that design thinking is a system that is built on empathizing to fill in gaps. But I don't think you can use everybody. The idea is to place yourself in someone else's shoes. But I have to say, empathize is something that doesn't really sit well with me. Because what people usually do is they take an average user and then start to develop or design. What I want to ask you is, if you try to be deaf for an hour, or if you just close your eyes for an hour and find your way through a website, do you really know what that lives like, what that life is like? What are the limitations that I have in my life? I don't think you can know that from 1 hour's experience. So we use our own perspectives, our own experiences most of the time. And accidentally, I posted an article on LinkedIn about design thinking and my ideas behind that. So you can get to just have a look at that article if you're interested. A lot of people find it very difficult and scary to, and it also takes time and money to interact with us. So they prefer to kind of like make an idea of what it would be like to be us, but that doesn't work. So come up to us, ask me anything you'd like to ask. I'm more than happy to help, and I'd rather have you ask me questions than try to decide things for me. So learn from people that have experienced exclusion in their life, because they are the experts, not you. And it's very rare to find organizations or companies that really make an effort to design together with people. A lot of designers go through the process, but they don't take the perspective of their users into account. And if you do that, your designs get better. And a lot of times, well, solutions are thought of or are invented for people with disabilities that they didn't ask for. So this is, and what we also see is extractive allyship. We ask them for their perspective, we take that information and then design, and then don't use them again. So the thing is, my point, the point that I want to make is, do it together with us. The more diverse your user group is, the more diverse your design can be. So the title of my talk is Designing for the Deaf, but actually I'm a little bit wrong there. It should be Designing with the Deaf. And with everybody else, actually. And it's a human right to be heard. Well, heard might not be the right word. To be included. So we all have different needs, we all have different things that we want in life, we all want to be included. And I want to share this video with you. I hope the sound works.
Hello. My name is Thomas. And this is Navid. We are inventors in the Lemelson MIT Student Prize Competition.
Access to communication is a basic fundamental human right, and every single person deserves to be a part of the global community. However, those who are deaf or mute communicate differently than everyone else. They primarily use sign language, while the rest of the world communicates verbally. This puts the deaf-mute community at a disadvantage, because like a foreigner in another country, they can't communicate like everybody else. What we decided to do is create gloves that translate sign language into text and speech. We have had extensive work with individuals in the disabled community and have seen firsthand their daily struggles. We wanted to develop something that would help the deaf and mute better communicate with the rest of the world, without changing how they already interact with each other. By simply putting on a pair of gloves, those who utilize American Sign Language can now communicate with the rest of the world the same way they communicate with each other.
The gloves work by utilizing sensors on the hand and wrist to measure hand position and hand movement. The gloves then send this data to the computer via Bluetooth for processing. Once the computer recognizes and interprets the sign, it then outputs a corresponding word or phrase in text and speech. If you were to say, "Hello, I'm well, thank you," it would look something like this.
Hello. I'm well. Thank you.
And just like that, we've translated American Sign Language into spoken English instantly.
There are approximately 70 million deaf-mute people in the world who use sign language, but over 7 billion humans on the planet. Our device revolutionizes the way these two communities understand and interact with each other.
Currently, there is no commercial sign language translator on the market. With this invention, over 70 million people achieve a new level of independence. 70 million people gain access to a new job, and 70 million people secure an improved quality of life, all with the help of a pair of gloves. We believe that access and inclusiveness are catalysts for change.
These gloves were crafted with this principle in mind and seek to promote a more unified global community.
This is awesome, right? Why am I not standing here with a glove then? Yeah, exactly. So there are a couple of things that I want to say about this video that don't go really well. They're really cute students, and they want to do something good in the world. That's good. That's obviously fine. But they forget to talk to their users and to ask them what they really need. So, so we see in this really small clip, we see this guy with a glove, and then he signs, and then this girl talks back to him. I mean, how does that work? And they give an explanation about what I just said, the explanation about sign language is being very complex, body language, facial expressions, and this is like robot language, right? So it's not a natural language. And they also assume that everybody uses American Sign Language. So one product for 70 million people, well, no. And the words that they use are a little bit of a shame. They say deaf, mute, and disabled community. We don't see ourselves like that at all. So that's where they just went wrong a little bit. And I just wanted to show you that every year on Twitter, someone says, "Oh, this is a very cool invention. There's another glove," but they just don't work. So assistive technology like this, we don't have it yet. It doesn't work. We have, recently there were these glasses with subtitles. I mean, there are a couple of examples, but this is design based on your own bias, on your own assumptions, and your own framework of thinking what people may need. And I've already said this, as developers, we strive to find solutions that work well and that improve lives. And we use our own skills as a basis, as a framework, and that can work for one person, but not for all. So be aware of using personas that are kind of like average people that you design for. So I'd much rather have you sit with me and co-design. And I'm not very much a fan of being used as a persona and having assumptions made about me. So if you design for people and not with people, this can lead to exclusion. And I want to finish my slide with this quote from James Charlton, "Nothing about us without us." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marie, for this very, very important talk. We have a small gift for you.
Thank you. Wow.
And we don't have a Q&A session right now because we have at 10 o'clock a talk show with Marie as one of our panelists, where we'll ask her some questions about accessibility, and we will also take a trip down memory lane. So we will be back here at 10 o'clock. We will also have other sessions in the magazine and in the deep dive room. But we'd love to see you here at 10 o'clock. We're going to make a great conversation about accessibility. So see you all later.
Thank you.
I woke up this morning with the sun down, shining in.
Here at 10 o'clock. We're going to make a great conversation about accessibility. So see you all later.
Thank you.
I woke up this morning with the sun down, shining in.
Here at 10 o'clock. We're going to make a great conversation about accessibility. So see you all later.
Thank you.
So see you all later.
Thank you.
So see you all later. On the right, we have Rachel Breeze. Rachel is a senior dev at Nexer Digital, but she's also a scuba diving. Unfortunately, taking pictures at the right time is sometimes a bit challenging, right?
Yeah.
That damn seal that you just keep on missing every time.
Yeah, they just swimming along with your camera like that, and don't see them, put your camera down, and they swim straight between all the divers to make a lovely picture, but your camera's not there.
Well, I think you'll manage to get your favorite seal on camera one day.
Fingers crossed.
Next on stage, next to Rachel, we have Marie. And we just met Marie during the keynote. What we don't know about Marie just yet is that she reads cookbooks before she goes to bed. I read thrillers, but Marie, you read cookbooks and you don't get hungry before you sleep?
No. I'm too tired most of the time to really read something, so I just look at the pictures and I'm like, oh, that looks nice. I'm going to make that soon, and that looks nice too. And then, you know, next to my bed is a huge pile of cookbooks. I love cooking. I like eating. So yeah, I like food. So it's for inspiration mostly.
Well, we share the same passion, I guess. I love eating as well. Next to me, we have Henk, the cable guy Boelman. He is a senior cloud advocate, artificial intelligence and machine learning at Microsoft. I had the pleasure of meeting his lovely wife, Christine, and I learned that the way to his heart is not through food, but through hardware. He knows everything about cameras, cables, laptops. So if you have any questions about that, basically, Henk is our guy. So welcome, everyone. The first part of our talk show is about accessibility. I'd like to start with you, Marie. During your keynote, you mentioned design thinking. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so I have just designed another talk, and I've already I've already mentioned it. I wrote an article on design things. So these are the 5 steps. I have to think about it. Empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. Right. So those 5 phases. And the first 3 phases, things usually kind of go wrong, which means that in the end, the result doesn't go wrong and it doesn't fit the users rather than the average user. So what people mostly do is they use personas and they have average people. So if I type in Google, I made a picture. If you type in Google persona, what you get in results is always pictures of men, white men, around 30 years of age, with a beard and glasses. No offense. And so those are based on profiles that designers use. But they don't represent women, people with disabilities. And they, in the end, they are fictional characters, right? So my point is, how can you gather data, information from real people, which means that the output of your product or the design phase depth is more applicable to the end users. And that means that you have to ask them questions. So in the ideate phase, you have to do it a different way than what is usually done. And that's the point I made. It's all about co-design.
Wow. It's like a lot that we have to take into account as designers. So make sure that the website is accessible and inclusive for people who are deaf, but also people who are blind, maybe even, or people from other countries. Feels like it's pretty hard to make a web design super inclusive. Well, you would know as a UX designer.
Yeah, so there is this kind of like line that you can see. So this is a normal divide, right? The persona is based on the average person, but people on the outside of the line, the outliers, are never represented. So I think we have to stop looking at those people or as outliers, right? So, or exceptions, or whatever we call them. We need to think about solutions that fit everybody. And you have to always think about who to include, who not to include. But I think as a basis, it's good to be aware of this whole, the whole division or the whole diversity that we have, and not exclude people on purpose.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Next question for you, Henk. So Microsoft is investing a lot in accessibility these days. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. At Microsoft, we do a lot of, invest a lot in accessibility, because we kind of make all our products accessible for everyone. And one of the main reasons is that there are so many people with a certain disability that, of course, we want also to be able to use our products, because you can't say you can't use Outlook, or you can't use Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. So we design all our products from the start, trying to look at all the different personas. Like Maria is mentioning, we have an accessibility team. So before anything from us goes kind of live, we have to go through an accessibility approval layer. So it actually goes to CELA, to kind of, CELA is our legal department within Microsoft. They will check if it is compliant, because our products are global. So our products have to comply to all the different laws. In the Netherlands, we have certain laws about accessibility, but in America you have the same. In other countries, you have the same. So that is all being checked and tested before our products go actually in production. And we have teams working on kind of making those things. I help always on making our AI products, our AI interfaces accessible. Yeah, so that's kind of what we do.
You have an actual accessibility team.
We have a huge accessibility team within Microsoft. And
Wow.
that the only job is to make sure our products are accessible. We actually have an accessibility summit from Microsoft, the Ability Summit, where we talk about how we do that.
So does accessible, in this particular case, also mean inclusive?
I think so, yeah. So trying to include as many people in your products as possible, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no, yeah. A good example is for inclusion is Microsoft Teams. That's also one of our products, and you see that in the last releases now you can actually spotlight kind of sign language interpreters. You can kind of select the person that is a sign language interpreter, and then you can position where you want it and how big you want it in the meeting. There are automated captions. If you speak like very well proper English, it captures you perfectly. But yeah, that are all the kind of steps we try to make to be inclusive to everyone.
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you. Rachel, I have a question for you. You're also an Umbraco MVP. Do you think that in some way Umbraco can help us, site implementers and developers, to make our front ends accessible as well?
So yes, there's an accessibility course in Umbraco. We also, as Umbraco team members, we run, there's a Global Accessibility Awareness Day, and we've run a session on that, and we're looking at doing a similar session again next year on that day. So there's things around promoting it with Umbraco. But Umbraco itself is a CMS, so it's a content management system. And it's, as part of that, it falls under something called ATAG, accessibility, authoring tool, accessibility guidelines, something like that, something along those lines, which means it has to not only help be accessible in the back office, so where you enter the content, but also where we can help on the front end, and the accessibility team are exploring how to help improve creating content, exploring how to empower content authors to create more accessible content, so we're exploring that now. But it's important to remember that a content management system, there's three teams involved in creating accessible content. There's Umbraco itself and what you can get in and out of Umbraco. But there's also us as developers that need to help generate it, because we have to write our own HTML, our own JavaScript, our own headless APIs, or use Umbraco hardcore. And then content authors putting in content need to make sure that what they put in is accessible. So, for example, if you put in a media item, upload image, you need to make sure there's alt text for that as an example, and make sure that that is narrative to the page, and not just this is a picture of DukeFest, but say more about on the page what it is.
So how will Umbraco ensure that that the new back office will be accessible?
So I'm really proud of what the Umbraco team and the community have been doing. They've taken a really good approach for the new back office. Mm-hmm. If you go to uui.umbraco.com, that URL, you'll see there's a storybook there, and it's all the components in it are web components. And it's got an accessibility extension in it that will let you test what you're using, passes automated testing. So, and then from that, the new back office will use those web components as well, so that when they come in, they're accessible. And then accessibility isn't just about an individual text box or a label, it's about how the whole page works. So they've got automated testing again in the back office for accessibility. And under the hood, it's using something called Axe. I don't know if anyone's heard of Decay Axe, but it's a really great extension that you can use in Chrome to test your website, make sure that that's accessible there, and you can put it into your build pipeline as well to test that things are coming through as accessible. But that's all automated testing. So it doesn't cover, there's various stats, but automated testing will only find between 40 and 57% of issues on your site. So you still have to do manual testing. So you still have to make sure that it works for keyboard, for zoom, for contrast, and you have to make sure that the content on the page is right. I know I've missed a couple of other things off the list there. My mind's gone blank, but there's loads of tests you have to do. And the accessibility team, we've caught up with the back office team as well, and they're going to give us a shout when they want us to run manual tests against the back office and make sure everything's fine there, which is really cool. And then on top of that, because Umbraco is open source, people can start to put accessibility-related requests into there as well. And when the team started in 2018, we came together as a community team and say, hey, we need to make the back office more accessible. Yeah. But then, since then, there's been well over 200 pull requests on the back office to make it accessible. So I'm super proud of the community coming together and realizing the importance of accessibility, not just on the front end, but for people using the back office as well. So I'm super proud of everyone who's been involved in the project.
Wow, that is amazing. Great to hear that. There's so many people involved, and they see the importance of having an accessible website. But what does, so Henk, what does accessibility mean to you? Is it like in the broadest concept to make sure that everyone will be able to understand what's on the website? What does it mean for you?
Yeah, for me that means that like everyone can have kind of the same experience, and that not someone has kind of the second-hand experience. Like if an easy example is like a wheelchair. You can carry the wheelchair up the stairs, but that's kind of not what you want. You want to have like a proper elevator so everyone can be at like kind of the same equal way, experience the same thing, what is on this case on the second floor. So that is what I'm trying to do with the things we organize, with the content we create. And of course, I know I don't know anything, so it's really nice that within Microsoft, and especially within my team, everyone has kind of that same mission. Also at Microsoft, we have to take a pledge, like every year, about diversity and inclusion. What are you going to do this year? And that is kind of like your core thing. It's even higher in the list than your technical skills or the other thing. It's like how we are going to accomplish those things together. There you write your mission, how you are going to be complying to those D&I core principles. And it comes from even such a starts, and then it just goes down through the organization, which is incredible. So it is like a group effort, because you can't do it on your own. Everyone has to be in the same mindset to accomplish that goal, to include everyone. And we also have to include everyone. It cannot be like exactly what Marie was saying, like 40 or in this case 20,000 why do it programming. You have to also go to your hiring process to hire inclusively. And hire diverse team members, and that creates like kind of the products you want where everyone can benefit.
That is quite a challenge, because if you would like to include everyone and you want your product to reflect the user end base, basically, it means that you have to hire everyone.
Exactly. And that is kind of core mission. Our statement is also empower every person on the planet to achieve more. And that is deliberately empower every person. And
Wow.
not every technologist or every developer or consumer, every person.
Great, that's a great mission. So, Marie, with regards to being inclusive, you briefly mentioned in your keynote that there are different languages in sign languages as well. So you have like a Dutch way of saying yes versus an English way of saying yes. So how do you differentiate? How do you know what language to use if you want to be inclusive and accessible for everyone?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And it's a difficult question to answer because English is more or less the uniform language. It's not universal, but people use it. But you can't assume that everybody speaks English the same way. For sign languages, or people kind of understand English, but for sign languages, we have kind of a similar form, which is called international sign. It's not a language, it's not a real language, but it's a way to, how do I say that, to find commonalities within the languages. So if I speak to someone from Spain who uses Spanish sign language, who doesn't know Dutch sign language, we look for commonalities within our languages. For American Sign Language, we sometimes borrow things from American Sign Language and then we try to communicate. So that is international sign. I think it's important that for web design, you think about which group you want to service. For the Dutch government, I would say they would have to provide Dutch Sign Language translations. The same goes for the UK, British Sign Language. I think government information, or maybe even medical information or insurance, tax information, that should be very accessible for everybody. And one of the examples is the COVID pandemic, right? So in the start of the pandemic, we did have press conferences with kind of like, well, not too good subtitles. There was no interpretation, and the basic rules were explained, like wash your hands, keep your distance. But that was also for people not always very good to understand. Only when we got interpreters, then it was accessible. So subtitles maybe go too fast, or people are sarcastic or whatever. There's emotion within the press conference. You can't see that in subtitles. And only when you have interpreting services, then it's accessible. So after 3-4 months, this information, all the basic rules also were explained again, but this time with interpreters. And that means that from that point on, deaf people understood what was happening. So there is a responsibility here with governmental bodies to to reach their audience. Yeah.
All right.
What I see always, it's a learning process. So if you ask someone what is accessibility for me, I think it's a learning process. You have to learn about what it means for coding, for example, and also what design choices you make. You have to, or communication choices, but also language choices. These are all part of the process. So I see it as a mission to educate people about that.
That's a great mission. We're not there yet, but I think we're well on our way. Last question for you, Rachel, before we go into a second part of our talk show. Are there any plans to help package developers make their products accessible as well?
So, yes, the same web components that we use for the back office can be reused by package developers, so they'll get the same accessible components coming through. And then again, we talked to the package developer team that Umbraco has, and we asked them what help they needed from ourselves. And we're going to work with them to put together like a mini checklist of things you can do as a developer to make sure that what you're submitting to the package team is accessible. So yes, but like we've seen with the work we've been doing in the other versions of the Umbraco back office, if you use the Umbraco components, any fixes on the Umbraco components then should fall through to your package, which is really cool.
Nice.
Sorry.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for being here. This is the first part of our talk show. We're going to get back to you with our next panelists, Purnima, Dave, and Leonard. So we're gonna switch teams now, and we'll be back in 10-20 seconds or so. Thank you so much for sharing your stories, and thank you for your time. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back. Part 2 of our talk show. I'm here with Purnima. She's a .NET dev, Umbraco, and Microsoft MVP. She's also an inspiring singer of Indian classic music.
Yep, that's right.
So I think next time we'll see you, we'll probably in a concert hall, right?
I hope
can
so.
I have your autograph, like then?
Well, it's my dream actually to be at a concert and perform a solo concert. So fingers crossed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Music is like my passion, just right next to code, and it's my way of unwinding as well. So I have a stress headache. I just sit with my teacher and sing. That just takes the stress away from me.
Nice. Oh, I love that. I can't sing. I have other talents. So next to Purnima is Dave. Welcome, Dave. Dave is Umbraco MVP at .control, very active community member, and part of the Umbraco package team. So Dave, what do you do in your spare time?
Yeah, I go running a lot, and I also play music, so we should start an Umbraco band.
Also, so what instrument do you play?
I play the trumpet. I don't know if that goes with classical Indian music.
We'll make it work.
We make it work.
Yes, it's called like fusion, right?
Yeah, fusion, yeah.
Carnatic fusion is a thing.
Yeah, right?
Absolutely. It's actually a thing, yeah. So, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, I see something.
The only thing I
see something happen.
Going difficult is rehearsals, like.
But what is Zoom and Teams for?
Leonard, please tell me you also play an instrument.
I'm sorry, I do not.
But you sing, right?
No.
Luckily.
So this is Leonard, and Leonard is CTO for Arlanet, part of 4NG. And in his spare time, he enjoys to play a game or 2, 3.
Yes, correct.
What games do you like to play?
Well, pretty much anything, really. Shooters, RPGs, doesn't really matter.
Anything?
Yes.
Just to unwind a bit?
Yes.
Awesome.
But I also use coding to unwind, so it's a mix of things. So hence the maybe once 2 or 3 games.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. So I would like to start with you, Purnima. Since when have you been using Umbraco, and actually how did it cross your path back then?
Sure. So I started using Umbraco. I think I first heard about Umbraco back in 2012, I think. I just finished a role in London where I was working with another CMS. And that's where I started to hear the name Umbraco. And then I moved to my first digital agency role where the senior most developer introduced Umbraco to the entire team. And because I coming from another CMS world, it was natural in my head to actually do a comparison. And I found Umbraco even then quite friendly as opposed to what I was used to. So that was my starting point with Umbraco. And I started using Umbraco when it was at its version 4.7, I think. So I've been using Umbraco since then for web development, for all the hobby projects that I do, including Umbraco Headless, which I really love as a product. So it's been almost 9, 10 years now. So I think I've seen Umbraco grow through my eyes from 4.7 to 6, through to version 7, where we had the new back office in AngularJS, through to version 8, 9, and 10, when the infinite content editing was introduced in version 8. And it is so easy to work with. And I was telling Rachel this morning, like I was working on something the other day, and I can just tab through and create my properties, save it all using my keyboard. And I was like, I love you, accessibility team, for the work that you've done as well. So yes, a really, really nice journey, I think, the past 10 years with Umbraco. Not just the product, but with the community as well. It's fantastic to be in the middle of such awesome and clever and friendly people.
Okay, sign me up. So
Well, you're here, so.
Yes, okay, just gonna, it's open source, so maybe I can like even make a small contribution. Leonard, a
Yes.
question for you. Well, as a CTO,
Mhm.
how hands-on are you with Umbraco, or do you spend all your time in it?
Well, very hands-on because before I was a CTO, I also just programmed websites in it, and I actually started with Umbraco 4, so even way before version 7. And I have been doing that since the first day I joined Ireland. So I joined Ireland during my internship, and that's when I got introduced to Umbraco, and we had a lot of old websites on V4, which didn't have Razor yet at that point. It was all XSLT to make templates. And it was a really fun journey to see how Umbraco developed over the years and how it became more extendable. And I have always been fascinated by how can I make this thing better? How can I make it do what I want? Because as Poornima said, it's a CMS, but it's also way more than that. You can do a lot more with the product in itself. And I really love how Umbraco has evolved over time, where it became more extendable in the sense that if I take the V4 example, it was near impossible to add a custom section to that and custom trees and all that stuff. And then about version 7 came around, became a lot easier to extend those things, make custom right-click menus and such. And now in V10, we can pretty much build anything that we want in it. And that's what I really love doing. So I always, even as a CTO, I'm still playing with Umbraco and seeing, okay, where can we do what? Where can I hack into certain things and make it do what I want?
Kind of feels like, because Umbraco exists already for so many years and has gone through so many changes, as someone who hasn't used Umbraco yet, seems a bit daunting. Like there's like so much you can do. Like the documentation must be massive, right? Or like is it just an easy step in, or like what do you think, Dave? Is it easy for me to start using Umbraco?
Nowadays it is. The documentation has improved a lot over the years, but when I started out, documentation was something that didn't exist yet. Because I started using Umbraco, I think early 2008. We were still version 3 at that time. They were still having like their own template syntax, and actually nothing was documented. So you had to go onto the forums and ask people who are working with Umbraco already, how do I do this? And yeah, it was a really friendly community at that time, and still is. And yeah, people started helping you out, and then I got into building my first website on Umbraco. So, but like you said, we all have seen Umbraco evolve from something that was built by one person, and yes. When I started, it was like a one-person company, Umbraco HQ, and now they are, I think, like 140 people. So we've seen it grow from something like a few people used now to something that is used by large companies and a lot of people.
Wow. Yeah. So what is currently your favorite Umbraco moment, like the Code Garden bingo or your first local Umbraco festival? What's your favorite Umbraco moment so far?
Yeah, maybe my first Code Garden, experiencing my first bingo. Not going into details, but what happens in bingo stays at bingo. But what I'm personally most proud of is one of my open source packages got into the core quite recently, and it's now core functionality. So it's also easier for me because I don't have to maintain that package anymore. But yeah, so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Poornima, what is your what do you think is the best feature that Umbraco has so far?
As in technical feature?
A technical feature, sorry, yes.
I think I have a thing for the back office notifications. You can go really creative with notification handlers, I think, in back office. So I think I love that feature, personally. I love everything about Umbraco. The back office is super friendly. It's intuitive. You can build really, really intuitive and editor-friendly interfaces with Umbraco. But as a developer, I think that notification handlers gives me that extra edge over everything. Yeah.
You have to watch my talk.
Yeah, I will be ready.
So Leonard, which of your long-standing Umbraco dreams have come true in all these years you've been using Umbraco?
That's a good question. I think, well, as I said, I really like tinkering with the system and seeing what I can do with it and how I can extend it beyond its actual intended limits. And I just love how Umbraco evolved in the extensibility bit. So before, if you go back to V7, everything was configuration files and hacking things. I had to make my own code to automatically create dashboards and that sort of thing. And those things eventually all became automatic. So now I can just write a C# class to tell Umbraco to insert a section or make a tree or whatever. Whereas before, I literally had to go into a database and make Umbraco believe there was a new section with a certain application. And so I really just love exploring what it currently does, how it works, and how I can push it even further. And then I can start complaining about that it's not extendable enough, and then things start rolling from there. But in the end, you'll always get a better product. And that's one of the cooler things that I just love about Umbraco. It's not, obviously I make websites with it and I love doing that, but I also just look at how can I do more with this than just using it as a CMS.
So is there anything, Dave, that you think should definitely be on the priority list that hasn't been built yet, but that you believe we need this, or you need this? Is there something specific like you would like Umbraco to do for you?
Yeah, now currently the back office is built in AngularJS, and a lot of developers hack into AngularJS to swap out things, for example, a view in Umbraco with their own view. I think the new back office team should make all those hacks that people are using now possible from the new back office. Yeah. Because I've been doing that a lot in projects by intercepting requests and changing views just to make the back office work differently. Because there aren't any extension points at the moment, and that's also the problem. They cannot change a lot of things because they are not knowing what people are using, what kind of hacks people are using to customize their backend. So,
I see. Yeah. So if I understand correctly, that if companies want to use Umbraco, they have to sort of build the servers themselves in order to use the Umbraco with their code?
No, but sometimes you want, for example, if you have the delete view, what you get to see when you click delete, it's like a confirmation. Sometimes you maybe want to hack into that, and then people start swapping out views and creating their own delete views. That should be easier from the new back office. And I think when they had the RFC, it's called, I think, they asked for what are people doing now, but it's not officially supported in the Umbraco back office. What kind of hacks are you using? I think most people are using the same. I think you wrote an article about it once.
Yes, I wrote various articles about how you can hook into Angular to make pretty much bend it to your will. So you can, if you do not agree with something, how you can replace it with something you do agree with. And I would be very sad if that's no longer possible in the newer back office versions, because that's one of the cooler bits where you can just make Umbraco do what you want. And if they would remove that or make it less easy to do those kinds of things like intercepting API calls or intercepting rendering views, you're really limiting, you're pretty much limiting Umbraco back to just the out-of-the-box functionality. So I agree with Dave that should be very high on their list to make sure that that remains possible one way or another.
I already heard some devs laughing when you mentioned Angular, so I think it should be high on the priority list. So how do you, since it's open source, how do you actually submit a feature request? You just go to GitHub and just submit an issue there? And people upvote? People upvote?
Yes, that's how it works. And if you really want to kickstart things, the best way to do it is make a pull request. So make a start yourself, make a pull request, and then people will start playing with it. And hopefully at some point it will be accepted and merged into the core.
can I add my 2 cents to it?
Please.
If you're thinking about bigger features, make sure you go in and start a discussion, or at least start an issue thread and start discussing with people around it, because there's this whole concept of how it would be perceived and how it would be accepted into the product as well. So if you're thinking about bigger features, make sure you start a discussion thread or an issue with a discussion thread as well, and before you start working on it as well. Smaller features, that's fine, but bigger features, yes. Have some discussion in place before you do that. And then people can upvote and pitch in their ideas, and it might actually even grow into something much bigger, or in a totally different direction, or in a nicer direction as well than you thought. So it's all a community effort. It's all up for grabs. It's a really nice way to get started as well.
Yeah, and do not underestimate that your idea might not be the idea that's going to end up in the core, because your specific use case, Umbraco is a generic product that's meant for a lot of people for a lot of different use cases. So if your small idea may have a little bit of truth in it, they will extend on that little bit of truth, but it may not be your complete idea that you initially started out with. But in that case, make sure that you check out, okay, do I have all the extension points that I need to make this use case possible? And then maybe your initial issue or your feature request should not be your actual issue, but the things that you're missing to be able to create what you're after. So it's also that's also why it's important to discuss your things before you immediately start suggesting all kinds of things and wishing for changes into the core, because sometimes you will only need maybe 2 or 3 little things to make your idea possible.
Yeah, think about the wider picture.
Yeah, exactly.
So talking about accessibility here, how accessible, how easy is it because for me it's a pretty daunting to contribute to an open source project that I sort of kind of know. But I can imagine that for junior developers, it can be extremely, like, you don't know what to expect. You're making so how accessible, how easy is it for anyone to make a contribution, or maybe submit an NPR or issue with, like, hey, I have an idea. What do you think? How about we start building this? Is it like
it is like that. So you can just throw out an idea in there and then start talking about it. But what I usually tell my juniors and other people also in talks in general is to please just go into the Umbraco source and be curious, see how it works and why things work. How does that right-click menu work? Where does that section come from? Because once you understand the architecture of the code, and that's not something you will get into immediately, but it will happen over time, it allows you to see where the points of extension are going to be, and where you can also make suggestions. Hey, I want to be able to do this and this and this in the right tree or in the tree extension. So can we have something like this and this? And then you also can be way more specific in what kind of feature you're actually requesting. So my usual thing is to say to people, be curious and go into the code, and don't be afraid to just start an issue and talk about it, or take it to the forums and talk about it there, and then make an issue out of it.
Okay. So, Purnima, if you could look into the future, what would the future of Umbraco look like? Like, say, I think Umbraco now exists since 2004.
Something like that.
So in, say, like 10, 15 years from now, what do you hope Umbraco will be able to do?
Still remains the friendliest CMS. Are we in agreement on that? Yeah. I think the future is looking bright. I cannot say from insider sources, but seeing the roadmap, what HQ has planned for the product for the next few quarters, I would say the feature set is exciting and growing, and I personally am looking forward to some of the features like webhooks and the built-in REST API, and having a headless, probably an on-premise Umbraco instance, which is exciting to me personally. So I would say the future is really bright. So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Dave, as an active community member, so how do you contribute to the community?
Various ways. I started out by just going to the forum, and in the beginning it was a lot of asking of questions, of course. But once I got to know Umbraco, it was more like helping other people out, getting started with Umbraco, helping them solve their problems. So I still go to the forum from time to time, but then I evolved in creating packages, doing core contributions, talks like today and on other conferences. So there are a million ways to contribute. Even creating an issue is contributing, because you tell them there's something wrong with your product and maybe they are not aware of it. So you're actually contributing when you create an issue. But contributing is easy. You can even write documentation or improve the documentation. Sometimes the documentation is written by somebody who's not a native English speaker. Mm-hmm. So when Purnima comes along, she probably gets all my spelling mistakes. And so you can contribute in a million ways. So.
Yeah. Ooh, I have an idea. So yeah, sorry for this. I was just like poof. So to solve your Angular problem, how about a hackathon? With everyone in the community, developers, and you have like pairing sessions. We're gonna solve this thing like forever, and you merge it right then and there, one day. Ta-da! Thank you.
Yes.
Great idea, huh? You're just no.
Well, those are being organized as well. So usually at conferences, there's usually a little crowd that's also doing hackathons to solve certain problems. And I think the Angular problem might be a little bit too big for a hackathon. But you can solve the smaller one. For example, if you're missing extension points or just very annoying bugs or things that are slow and would have to need better performance, those are usually perfect things to just gather around and try to fix with each other. So at my company, we try to do like a yearly retreat kind of thing with the team. And during those retreats, we always try to organize a hackathon where we try to solve the problems that we have seen with our clients. So instead of them spending the time in the client's time to fix certain issues that actually covers more than just that client, we take that to that retreat and we try to give very clear goals to sort out certain issues. So for example, a few years back, we already knew that the grid property editor is going to be deprecated at some point because the block list was going to happen. So we started working on, okay, how can we transition from the grid editor to the block list editor? And how can we still have all the cool things that we added and hacked into the original grid editor in the block list editor? So those kind of things are usually very fun to figure out in a hackathon. You'll learn a lot about those as well.
Amazing. Well, is there anything you'd like to share with our audience? Some learnings from the past, and or maybe some tips, shameless plugs. Also, welcome, Purnima.
I would actually try to reminisce my journey with open source. I started off very small. I was so scared to go in and make my first contribution to open source code. But I think the community has been really friendly. So don't be afraid to get started. I know it is putting your code out in public. It's okay to go wrong. There are friendly people out there who can help you get it right. So don't be afraid. Use that as a stepping stone to get started. And I'm not saying just to code contributions, as Dave very, very precisely put it. Even if you create an issue, if you spot a bug, create an issue, that is an open source contribution as well.
Thank you. Dave, any tips, learnings?
Yeah, I would say share your knowledge. Don't keep everything to yourself. If even one person gets something out of it, you succeeded. In the beginning, I didn't share a lot of things myself, but when I started sharing my code, first it was packages, then doing core contributions, writing articles, doing talks. You get a lot of feedback on it, and you become a better developer as well. So,
I think that's one of my biggest tips as well. One of the things that I ran into when I started out was trying to get out there and tell people what I know, because when I'm building things, especially when you're going into extension and hacks and that sort of stuff, you're working on a pretty low level of the code. And usually you would be thinking, okay, but how is this, what I'm doing now, how is that interesting to someone? But I've come to learn that even the smallest things that you're doing with the code can be interesting for someone. So just go out there, talk about it, show people what you're doing, because as Dave said, if you can only help one person, it's already time well spent.
Yeah, fair enough. Great tips. Thank you everyone for your time and sharing your experiences with the community here. And I think we'll be back in 30 minutes. So we have a break now with the session from Dave, right here at the Stomerij. So feel free to grab some refreshments, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
doen. Word je niet afgeleid door notificaties?
Ja. And welcome back, everyone. I hope you have been enjoying the conference so far as much as I have. We're back here with our next session. Dave is here with me. He is an Umbraco MVP. At Dot Control, he's also a trumpetist in his free time, in his spare time. And in this session, he'll walk us through some less known features of Umbraco. Whenever you're ready, Dave, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Save the applause for after the talk, if I get one. So, okay, thank. I'm Dave Woestenborgs. I work at Dot Control, Gold Partner agency with offices in Rotterdam, Heerlen, and Willemstad in Curaçao. I've been an Umbraco MVP for 7 times. An active community member since 2008. So I've been using Umbraco when some of you weren't even teenagers. I'm part of the 24 Days in Umbraco team. If somebody has something interesting to write about, come look me up later on and we'll get you sorted out as an author for this year. And I'm part of the Umbraco Packages community team. Okay, technical trouble. Today is about improving the editor experience and hooking into the request pipeline of Umbraco. I have limited time. I wanted to show a lot more, but we will focus on those 2 things. So, improving the editor experience. Last year, I gave a talk here about improving the editor experience. That was all around, focused around using the correct packages, how you model your content types, using correct icons, descriptions, and stuff like that. But today, we are going to look at how you can improve the editor experience by using C# in Umbraco. So the first thing I wanted to show you is how you can limit the create menu in Umbraco. Often you have pages you only want to exist one time below your home page or another page. And there's not something you could do in Umbraco before version 9.5. I think I have low battery. Should have prepared better. But now you can do that by handling a notification called Sending Allowed Children notification. Like I said, it's new since 9.5. It isn't even documented yet, so if you are looking for a pull request for Hacktoberfest, here you go. And this notification is raised each time when you click the Create menu in Umbraco. You get a list of document types that you are allowed to create below a certain node, and it allows you to hook in to which ones are shown. So let me quickly go to Visual Studio. So here I have this. Can everybody see this, or should I increase the font? Zoom a little bit. Let's go to 150. Is this better? Yeah. So when you handle this event, you get the notification pulled in, and then we're going to try to see which content node we are rendering the create menu for. So here I try to get the content ID from the query string that's passed into the event, and then I get the content item. And then I check if it's the home page. If it's not the home page, we just return. And then I'll check if there is a node called maintenance page. And if that's already created, I remove it from the list of allowed children. Don't worry, I will post up a link later with all the code examples, so I'm not going to dive too much into it. So let me log into my Umbraco installation, and I have a very secure passport, 1235678. That's my production password, by the way, so don't use it. So we have our create menu here, and you can see I'm allowed to create a maintenance page. So let's create this maintenance page. And then I publish it. Now I go back to my home page, and you see I am not able to create that page anymore. So if you have pages that are only allowed to be created once under a certain node, or maybe once in a complete website, you can hook into this event to do this. I've seen people doing this by removing it, once it's created, by removing it from the allowed children on the document type configuration. But this allows you to do it with C#. So back to my presentation. Another thing you may want to do is removing the delete action from a certain node. For example, your home page. You don't want people to delete your home page because that breaks your website. So we can do that by handling the menu rendering notification. And that's actually raised each time you right-click the content node when it shows all the options. This event is raised. So let's go back to our code and let me look into that. So here again, I check if it's the content tree we are rendering, and then I try to get an Umbraco context. And then I check if it's a document type, for example, the home, and also a maintenance page cannot be deleted. Then I just remove the delete action from that menu. So if you look in our website, and I right-click here, you see there's no delete action. But for our product page, there is. And for our maintenance page, it's also gone. In the past, I've tried to do that by setting up all kinds of complex user group rules, but this is much easier. So, by the way, you should also handle the event as well, that it's canceled, because there are other ways to delete content nodes, for example, through the API. But this is a way to do that. But probably, if you don't want it to be deleted, you also don't want it to be unpublished, because unpublishing your homepage will break your website. And that we do by handling the sending content notification, and that is raised right before when you open a content node in the back office, it sends off an API request to the backend code, and it will get all the data for the content node, and just before it's sent back to the back office, this event is raised so you can hook into it and change the data that is being sent back to the back office. So back to Visual Studio, and then to the sending content notification. So I'm going to handle this as well, and I have a prevent unpublishing method in here, and let's go into that. And then I check if the node that is being rendered is a home page or a maintenance page. I will find the allowed actions on that content node and then remove the unpublish one. And you have to use the action ladder for that action instead of the alias, which I had with the tree rendering notification, and then replace the actions on that content node. I have to go to my website. If I go here to my home page, you can see the unpublish action is gone. So editors cannot break the site by accident. There's a lot of other cool stuff you can do with this event as well. You can hide properties, you can disable the preview. Maybe I have some time to show that. For example, I have a property on my home page. Let's see that. I here have a property for putting a site under maintenance. So maybe you don't want editors to change that, only admins. So I here check first if it's an admin, don't do anything if it's an admin, otherwise hide that property. And it's just by removing that property from the tab. To demo this, I'm just going to quickly disable the check on if it's an admin user and rebuild my website. I hope this doesn't take too long. And now you can see here on the settings group, I don't have that property anymore. You can also remove entire tabs if you want, but remember, if you hide properties or a tab, it can't have mandatory properties, because then the validation will fail. So just disable that, remove that code again, because I need it later on. So another thing you can do using C# is customizing the backend search. By default, you have the search in the backend only search for a few things like ID, node type alias, I think, and the name of an item. But sometimes for editors, it also makes sense to let them search inside of a content item. So let me quickly demonstrate that. Oh, I have to log in again, the very secure password. So if I would search now, for example, on lorem, I don't see anything, but we can change that behavior. And you do that by implementing a class that has the interface Umbraco tree search fields. And in this case, I also inherit the default one from Umbraco, and I override the property that gets the fields that are used in the search and content. You can also do that for members, for media, all kinds of stuff in Umbraco. And I tell it to also search through the SKU property from products and the excerpt from the blog posts. And the only thing that you need to do is tell Umbraco that you want to use your own implementation instead of the one that comes with Umbraco. So let me enable that and restart my website. So, okay, there it is. So if I would search now on lorem, then I get a blog post where it is in. So if you have complex search functionality, it would make sense to implement it in the back office as well. It's just a few fields that you need to implement. It's like 5 minutes work, and your editors actually can start searching on content that's in a content item. So how I'm doing on time? Oh, 10 minutes. So hooking into the request pipeline. Some things I will show now, most of you will know, or maybe not, but I will still show them. And one of the first things I will do is how you can replace a content item. Remember, I had the property to put a website under maintenance. When I toggle that to true, I want to show a maintenance page for each request that is coming into Umbraco. You can do that by your own route hijacking and stuff like that. But there's an easier way to do that. We can handle the routing request notification. And this notification is published right after Umbraco is done by creating the published request. So it translates the URL to a content item, and it gets a content item and assigns a template and stuff like that. You can hook into that, and just before it's sent to the rendering, you can still change some stuff on your content. So let us quickly look at how that works. The routing request notification. So when I get into this notification, I just get my home page. I check if that toggle is checked, and if that is checked, I will find my maintenance page. And if it exists, oops, Then I tell Umbraco, replace the published content item by set published content, and actually telling it also which template to use to render it. You can do a lot of more stuff in this event. You can set headers, do redirects, but this is one example what you can do with it. So let us quickly go into the website again. And like you can see here, oops, we can just see the website. But now if I toggle this property and publish my page, you get a nice under construction page from the early 90s. So that's when I started doing web development, so I still had it lying around. So you can do a lot of things. Start experimenting with it, because I see a lot of people doing this in the rendering part by doing route hijacking and stuff like that, but it can be done earlier in the pipeline. And it's not only the home page. If I go to the products page, they all show the same item. So let me quickly disable that again, just to prove that it really works. Now I can see my products page again. The website has been deployed successfully. I can put it back on. So one thing you also can do is change the URL segment that Umbraco generates. By default, it uses the name you put in Umbraco for the item and generates a URL. For example, Dutch user group will become something, Dutch user group, lowercase, spaces replaced by dashes. But you can hook into that. Maybe you have a requirement that for all products, the SKU that editors fill in a field will be part of the generated URL segments. And we do that by creating a custom URL segment provider. Oops. Let me first go back to the Visual Studio. And here I have a product URL segment provider. So I check if the page that's being rendered is a product page, or the page where the URL is for being generated is a product page. If not, I just return null, so it goes to the normal URL generation. And otherwise, I get the SKU property from the content item and use that to create the URL. So if we go into Umbraco and go to the products and to our Umbraco tattoo, you can see the URL is products tattoo. It's generated from the name. So if you change the name, the URL changes as well. But now I want to do it based on the SKU. So I have to register my URL segment provider with Umbraco, and I use insert here, so it's inserted before the default one from Umbraco. So we go to mine first before we generate the normal URL. So how did I do that? So let me rebuild. So if I look in here now, it still has the old URL. And this is because the generation of the URL only happens when you publish something. So if I publish it now, you can see it made it product and the SKU the editor filled in. And it actually also creates redirects for it, because you can see it still knows which the old URL was. So the generated segments are stored also with the content item and the content cache. So the generation only happens when you publish an item. But maybe sometimes building up the URL segment is not enough, and you want to change the path of an item in Umbraco. And we can do that as well. And we do that by creating a custom URL provider. And a custom URL provider allows you to change the entire path of an Umbraco content item. So let's quickly go to an example, and I created a block URL provider here. So you just implement a class using iURL provider, and if it is a blog post, I get the parent URL, and then I actually get the year of the create date of the blog post, so it becomes a segment in the URL, and then the actual URL segment. So you get blogs/2022/ the name of the item. And then, of course, I have to tell Umbraco to use this one. So I register it first. So let's go to our blogs and look at the URL. Maybe I have to publish it again. Oh, no, we cannot see it yet. And that's because we didn't do the other part yet. But we can see it on the front end. If you look here, you can see it at the bottom. It says blog 2022, my blog post. But if I now click on it, I get page not found. So we changed the behavior of how the URL is generated, but we also have to tell Umbraco how to find the related content item. So let's first go back to the slides. That's also very important. They are not cached like the URL segments, but they are generated on the fly. So if you do change parts, make sure it's performant, because each time you request the URL of an item, it will go through that logic. And like I said, it must be connected to a content item in Umbraco. And we do that by implementing a content finder. Back to Visual Studio. And then I have to go to my content finder. So here I get the blog overview page, and then I get the path. And if the path starts with the same URL as my blog overview page, it's probably going to be a blog detail page. Then I cut up the URL in different segments and try to find my blog post item, which I generated the URL for. And if I now enable this, and the difference here is my blog URL provider, I inserted that before the one that Umbraco uses, so it does my logic first, but here I do it afterwards. Because first I want Umbraco to find a content item, and if Umbraco can't find it, then my content finder kicks in. So if I would insert it first, it would always go through mine first, so you don't want that. Let me quickly rebuild. Oops. If we now go here in, then you see it now knows which URL it is. So if you create URL providers, you also have to create a content finder, otherwise you don't see the URL in Umbraco, and it also doesn't know how to render the content item. So, okay, I have 5 minutes left, I think. Yes, quite on schedule. But we also can do virtual routes, and virtual routes, you have to think of it like custom MVC routes, but you can connect them to an Umbraco content item. And I use them a lot for things like a sitemap, XML, robots.txt generation. I've seen a lot of different solutions for that, even people creating content items in the content tree that are called sitemap XML, and then setting up all kinds of redirects to make sitemap.xml to redirect to the content item. But if the content item changes its name, your redirect doesn't work anymore. So it causes a lot of trouble. And we can create a virtual route by creating a controller that implements iVirtual Page Controller. So last time I'm going to Visual Studio. And here I have a sitemap, a virtual page controller. I also inherit the Umbraco page controller because if you use that, you get access to things like current page, all the things you're used to in normal Umbraco MVC controllers. And what I do here is you need to implement, where is it? The find content, try find content, or the find content method. That's because you implemented the interface, you have to tell it which content item you want to render this virtual controller against. In this case, I just look up the home page and then build up an XML sitemap. And then the last thing you have to do is tell Umbraco to, in this case, we wanted to use sitemap.xml, so we tell Umbraco, maybe I move my mouse away, to handle sitemap.xml, which is normally a file which isn't processed by Umbraco, to render that URL as a server-side request, and then register your virtual controller for the sitemap.xml part. So, oops. If I would go here, oh, I have to type it correctly, of course. Then I see my sitemap, without doing any rewrites, creating content items, just using MVC routes. So that was it, right on schedule. Thank you. On Twitter as well later today, so you can find the slides and the code examples.
Thank you, Dave. Well, we have 2 minutes left, and I actually have a question for you. So you mentioned like no caching and that the pages are generated on the fly. So how does this affect the performance of the website?
Yeah, you have to take care of that, because if you have complex logic in there, it can really influence the performance. So you have to do some, if it's really heavy, you have to do some kind of caching and makes it more complex. So if you go that route, you have to take into account that each time you will call an URL for an item, it will go through that logic. So it has to perform very well. These were simple examples, but sometimes you maybe want to go into a database to find some stuff for things that don't live into Umbraco, for example, products that come from an external system, but you want to have URLs generated by Umbraco for that, then you have to make sure it's performant.
No heavy images. Cool. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
So let's get ready for our next talk by Purnima. .NET developer and Umbraco and Microsoft MVP. And she will introduce us to the world of minimal APIs. Are you ready?
Yep, I think I am.
Awesome, floor is yours.
Hello, it's great to be on stage. It's my first in-person Dutch Fest. So let's start and let's get introduced to minimal APIs. If this doesn't, okay. For those who don't know me, I'm Purnima Nair. I'm a freelance .NET developer, and I have traveled all the way from UK to talk here. I'm an Umbraco MVP as well as a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies. That's my Twitter handle should you wish to connect with me. Non-work me, as I said, I already said I have a daughter. She's nearly 8 years old. I spend a lot of time reading. And if you just saw me like the talk show half an hour ago, I am also a student of Carnatic music, which is a stream of Indian classical music. So I am an aspiring singer. So before we get started with minimal APIs, let's talk about the world where minimal APIs did not exist. I'm talking about pre.NET 6, where we had this fantastic program.cs class, which used to bootstrap the application, and it was intrinsically tied up to the startup class, which did all the work of registering our services into the IOC container, as well as getting the middleware in place as well. All good, but there's a lot of boilerplate code going on. Now, imagine a developer coming in from the Node.js or the Express.js world and trying to build an API. They would need, say, 5 lines of code to get a basic Hello World API up and running. Talk about Python, similar number of lines of code to get a Hello World API running. And talk about Go. Again, few lines of code, and you're up and running with your most basic Hello World API. Now, go back and compare it with the C# code or the boilerplate code that we had in place pre.NET 6. It was a lot of work going on. And this was actually what led to the birth of minimal APIs. There was this distributed calculator app where each function of the calculator was done using a different programming language. The community started counting the number of lines and the number of files taken to implement a basic API, and the number of lines of code and the number of files was highest in C#. So that means for a developer trying to adopt .NET or learn .NET was a very high barrier to entry, and a lot of heavy boilerplate code, sometimes that you don't need to know when you get started. You can work your way out. So it was, the developer experience per se was like a ceremony. It was a huge task. And this is what exactly led to the birth of minimal APIs. Because with .NET 6, there was a huge focus on minimalism, and there was a huge focus on improving the developer experience, particularly for beginners and newcomers into .NET. This is not just me saying it. This was actually a study conducted by Microsoft, and there's a link to my resources at the end of the slide. There's a talk by Maria Nagaga on minimal APIs in .NET 6, where she actually tells you the process of how they arrived at minimal APIs. With minimal APIs, it was introduced in .NET 6. It was one of the biggest features that came out with .NET 6. And what it means is you can build your APIs with the minimal components. So you start at the very basic. You have an API then and there. It doesn't mean that you don't need a good design or a structure for your project. You still need all of that. It also doesn't mean that the controllers or the web APIs are going away anywhere anytime soon. There's still a place for controllers and the web APIs. There's a place for minimal APIs as well. It is all about the choice. It's all about that low barrier to entry. It's all about getting started very quickly. So what minimal APIs is essentially these three things. The minimal hosting model, which was introduced in .NET 6. We also got the web application and the web application builder in .NET 6. That's one of the key components. And the most important thing is the new routing APIs in .NET 6, which is the map methods. So you have these three components in place. There you go. You can get started with your minimal API. So let's get started. If I can get into my taskbar and open up Visual Studio. I hope you can see. in person? Okay. What I have here is a empty ASP.NET Core project. I've cleared out the program.cs as well because I want to start from the very basics. So here's my CS project. It doesn't have anything. It's just the bare basics that I've got here. So let us start with the minimal hosting model first. So if I go to my program.cs and have my minimal hosting in place. So ignore the comments for the time being. You have your 4 lines of code, and there you go. You have your first minimal API, your first API up and running using minimal APIs in .NET 6. Diving a bit more deeper, we have this web application.create builder line of code. What it gives me is an instance of the web application builder. This builder is responsible for registering your services, having your configuration in place, your logging set up, your host level configuration taken care of, all of that. Once you build that application, I get an instance of a web application. And that web application class, it implements a lot of interfaces that you might have seen in the past. So the web application class and the web application builder class together, they take away all of that boilerplate code that you have seen in pre.NET 6 and gives you much more simpler APIs to play with. And what we got in .NET 6 was a set of extension methods called the map methods, which are the new routing APIs that I spoke to about. So they follow the convention map followed by a keyword. It can be an HTTP verb, but there are map methods available for other ASP.NET Core components like gRPC, for example. So we'll talk about the HTTP verbs here because we are talking about the APIs. And for example, the map get is one of the extension methods we have in the iEndpoint.builder class. And that interface is implemented by the web application class. So any of these map methods takes a pattern, that is my endpoint URL, and it accepts a route handler, usually a delegate. So it's this route handler which actually connects that endpoint to the routing system, or your code is connected to the routing system in ASP.NET Core using these route handlers. In this instance, I'm using an inline lambda expression. So this particular map get method, it will respond to a HTTP GET request issued to Hello Minimal API. So just like we have map get, we have map methods for other verbs as well. So we have one for post, put, as well as delete. There is not yet one for patch, but I think that is coming up with .NET 7. So you issue a request to Hello Minimal API. Using any of these verbs, you would get an output. So let us run this and see. Let me take my Postman up. Is my Postman up? I should have done that in hindsight. I didn't do that. Let it boot up. Anyway, so we have the map methods. While it is up and running, let me go back to my toolbox. No. Yeah, my internet is crashed, yes. Sorry about that. So unfortunately, I can't show you any demos at the moment. But, so we have these map verbs. But if you want to issue an options request to the URL, I can make use of the map methods routing API here, which again accepts a URL string pattern. It also accepts a string array of the HTTP verbs which you want to issue. And again, you have your route handler in here, which handles the API call for me. So that is your code up and running. Again, this is an inline lambda expression, but there are ways to overcome that. So if you want a lambda variable, I can make use of that. So I have a variable here, and I can use that as my handler. If I want a local function to be my route handler, I can use that as well. So I have a local function called local function, and I'm using that as my handler. if I want my route handler to be an instance method, again, there's ways to do that. Method class. So in this minimal API handler class, I've got an instance method as well as a static method. I can use any of these as my route handlers as well. So in my map method, I use the instance method here and the static method here. I'm sorry I don't have the demos because my internet has crashed on me. It's not even tethering to my phone at the moment. So that is minimal APIs and the basics of the map verb. Now, let us think about this. We have an API, and the first thing when we talk about an API is Swagger, I think. Open API, a nice way to document up your APIs and make it easily accessible to the end users. So let's go and get started on installing Swagger into the project. So I've got some code for that as well. First of all, we need the package installed. That is swashbuckle.asp.NET Core. Then I need to register the necessary services that I need. So the builder is responsible for registering the services into the IOC container. So there I have all the services that I need registered into the IOC container. I also need to set up the middleware for this, which I can do once I have the web application. So I'm saying that if the app environment is development, then have the Swagger UI and use the Swagger UI as well. So once I get this up and running, it should present me with a nice Swagger page where I can actually test my APIs as well. So that is Swagger. Now, let us now talk about some of the common middlewares that you have, say, in the web API world or in a normal ASP.NET Core project. We can bring all of that into minimal APIs as well. So think about authentication, authorization, cores, all of that can be brought into your minimal APIs as well. So let us get cores up and running, because this is a web API. It is all about the clients who consume the web API. So let's make it easier for the clients. I'm going to build a very open API, which is available to every other client out in the world. So first, we need to register the cores services. I'm using the add cores extension method. I'm creating a policy. It should have been my app. It's all about the app here. And using the builder, I'm allowing any header, any origin, or any method. You can actually kind of point it down to the app you want, to the origin you want, to the headers you want. That is all possible. But I'm going to go with the most bare minimum basics here. So that is our services setup. And I also need to go register my cores as a middleware, which I can do once I have my app. So again, use the use cores extension method on the app to have the middleware set up. And my web application class, which is my app, web application instance, which is the app here, it actually implements the iApplication builder, which is why I can use the extension methods that I have been using in pre.NET 6 world in minimal APIs as well. So that is cores setup. Now, let us go beyond this and talk about a real-world API. Let us talk about a very, very simple person database. I'm not going to concern myself with GDPR here, but it's the simplest thing I could think of. So let's go implement a real-world, very simple API with CRUD operation. First of all, we need a model for that. So let me create a person model. Let me get rid of this boilerplate code, have file scoped namespaces, and bring in my model. So that is it, just 3 properties with ID, name, and has a pet unicorn. There's one thing I forgot to tell about the minimal hosting model in .NET 6, which is that it makes use of all the nice features that .NET 6 gave us and C# 10 gave us, which is like file scoped namespaces, implicit using top-level statements, and all of that. So that is why you see bare minimum boilerplate code in your program.cs if you start a ASP.NET Core app. Going back to my model, we have the model in place. Now we need a data source and a repository to act upon that data source. I'm going in for an in-memory list of data as my data source, because that's the simplest one to get up and running. And we'll have a service which performs basic CRUD operations that create, read, update, and delete against that in-memory list. So let's go create another class, which is here, person repository. Again, let me take away the boilerplate code and come back with some nice code which I have. I've got this code which I've written now. It's a very simple class. It has got a list of persons, and I've already got 2 people in there, Purnima and Rachel. We both have a pet unicorn, Rachel. And this is my in-memory list, which is my data source. And now I have a create method, which simply accepts a person and adds that person into this list. It's got a getAll method to get all the people who are there in the list. And I have a getById method to get a person by their ID. Oh, thank you. And I've got an update method to update the list or update a person in the list. And I've got a delete method as well. So we have a repository. Now we can register this into our DI container as well. So the point being, if you have a web API, you have your services in DI container, you can do the same thing with your minimal APIs as well. So I go in here and add my person repository to my IOC container. I also need another class here called the global usings. I don't want to bring in a set of usings to my program.cs file. I want to keep it simple. So I create a file. It can be it can have name saying johnsmith.cs as well. But the key thing here is I add a keyword called global, and I say using minimal APIs.df22. And I have got this namespace kind of shared between every other file in my project now. So that is global usings for you. So that should take away that red squiggly for me, because I've put that namespace in the global usings file. Being global, it is available to me in every other file in my project as well. So that is my services registered. Now let us get going with having some minimal APIs in place. Let us start with getting every person in the list. Hold on. I've registered the service as a singleton, which means that it's the same instance of that service available to everyone who accesses the API. Because I've got an in-memory list, that's the easiest way to get started. So going back to my map get method, my endpoint is /person, and I want to retrieve all the persons in a list. But there is this thing here called the person repository. Where does that come in from? So let's talk about parameter binding. So I skipped this slides here, sorry. So you saw about the middleware. All these middlewares can be a part of your minimal APIs if you want, authentication, authorization, cores, all of that. I skipped this file, sorry for that. Parameter binding. So parameter binding is an age-old concept. It is the process whereby you have data coming in your request, and that is then converted into strongly typed data, which your route handler expresses. So parameter binding can be inferred or explicit. So the system itself can work out where to go looking for data when it has got something in the route handler. Say your route handler has an int ID. The system knows, the routing knows where to go looking for it. And that is the inferred or the implicit parameter binding. Or you as developer can have more control over it and say, hey, when you find an ID, go look for it in this particular place. That is explicit binding. There are various different parameter binding sources. Your values can come in from routes. Your values can come in from query string. It can come in from the header. It can come in from the request body if you have a post or a put. It can also infer things from the IOC container where you have your services registered. It can also go and look for custom binding sources. So implicitly, it will go looking for the data it needs in all these places. But if you want to be explicit about it, you can actually say, this particular parameter, I want it to be gathered from the route. So then I can add this attribute, that is from route, in front of my parameter in the route handler. Similarly, I can say this particular thing, go looking for it in the query string, or say look for it in the header, look for it in the body, even look for it in the services as well. So that is all possible. That is what is happening in my code here. When it finds this person repository, it knows that there is something registered in my IOC container, so it'll get the instance of the person repository from my IOC container. So once I have my instance, I can invoke the getAll method and return the data from my API. So that is the getAll. Let's move on and look at two more methods, the second one being getById. So this is where you have to pass in an ID of the person, the details of which you want to retrieve as well. So I have my repository, the instance of which is coming in from my IOC container. Then I have my ID, which is coming in from somewhere. So it can go looking for the value of ID in the route or the query string. But in my URL pattern, I'm including something like this, something in the braces. And I have something called ID in there, followed by a constraint. So I am saying that for this route to get matched up, the request should come in on /person/something. And that something should always be an integer. So I'm constraining that value of something to an integer alone. If it is /person/Purnima, it won't match up. The route will not even execute. But if it is /person/say 1 or 2 or an integer ID, it will pick up the value of that ID from the route as what comes along. And my route handler will get the value from the route parameters that I've set up here. I have the repository. I've got the ID coming in from the route values, which means I can then invoke the getById method in my repository and get the person. And what goes back to the client is an instance of the results or the iResult interface. So iResult was an interface put together to represent what goes back from the minimal API to the client. And this results is an implementation of iResult, and there are extension methods for every other HTTP status code, I think, in that results class. So I'm saying that if the person is not null, give back a 200 OK status code along with my data, else serve up a 404. So that is the return from the minimal API for you, which is iResult. The last one I'm going to show today is a post method, which uses the map post verb, again on the same endpoint, /person. I have got the repository coming in from my IOC container again, but this person is a strongly typed object. So we know that HTTP post can accept request body. And minimal API routing, it can go looking in the request body implicitly for the data. So it goes looking for the data in the request body and gathers that JSON into a strongly typed person object, binds it, and once I have the person object in my route handler, I can use the repository.create method to create the person. And what goes back is a created, results.created result. What this does is it gives out the newly created person as JSON back to the response. It also sends the URL of the newly created resource in the location header back to the client. So let's see if I can get this up and running now. We've got Swagger installed, so it should be OK to go into Swagger and see what's happening. So /Swagger. Yay, there we have. So that is all my initial methods that I showed you. Let's just execute some of them. So that's my first one, which gives me the first basic hello minimal API. If I go back into the new real-world API, let us try and get all the people in the list. Execute. If I look at the response here, I'm getting all the people in the list, and I'm getting a 200 OK. Now let us go in and add a person. Try it out. Let us say 3. I'm adding Ureta. Do you want a pet unicorn or not? Pet unicorn? Yeah, let's do that. So I'm getting the response back. That's the newly created person iterator. I'm getting the details of the newly created object back in my response. I'm getting the URL of the newly created resource in the location header, and I'm getting a 201 created response code as well. So that is a post happening. Now I've got an ID 3. Let us see whether we can retrieve it by ID, retrieve a person by ID. Yes, I have retrieved the person details by their ID as well. So moving on, so we spoke about parameter binding, but there are some special types available to you as well in your code. These can be bound without any explicit attributes. They are just available for you to use in any of the route handlers that you have. They are the HTTP context if you want to gather information about your context. If you want to gather information about a request and adjust the response, that's by all means possible. That is again available in your route handlers. Cancellation token, if you want to send in something to cancel your long-running APIs, that is possible. Claims principle, again, that is available for your user authentication and authorization data. If you're using a JWT-based token, that can be sent in via headers as well. So the way you would use it is in your code, in your route handler, you can just specify HTTP context and context. And this would actually let me do whatever or retrieve any data in my route handler like so. Context.items, context.user, all of that information is available to me. So let me just stop this. So some of the use cases of minimal APIs. So there's been a proven result that minimal APIs are performant over Web API, probably because of the amount of layers it doesn't need to interact with before it actually hits the controllers and gets you a result back. So when you think about high-performant microservices, when you have the need for that, minimal APIs can be a really good choice. Again, if you want to prototype something, quick APIs, again, minimal API is a good choice for that. It's all about the choice that you want. It's all about having that extra choice. It's all about having that lower barrier to entry point and getting started with something. So quickly finishing off, minimal APIs in .NET 7. There are things in web APIs and controllers which are not available in minimal APIs at the moment. One of them being the file upload using iForm file and iForm file collection. So that is coming into .NET 7 and minimal APIs with the release coming up. You can bind arrays and string values from header and query strings into your route handler. So you can send in something like tag equals tag1, ampersand tag equals tag2. So you can send in an array of values and bind that from query strings and headers into your route handlers. You have parameter binding. This is all about code refactoring. So you can send in a lot of parameters in your headers or query strings. But when it gets to the route handler point, you can actually bind it to a strongly typed single object, which is, again, good for refactoring your code. And it uses a parameter, I think, called attribute called as parameters, I think. There's support for filters. Currently, there's no support for filters with minimal APIs. So filters are pieces of code which can intercept code execution or which can actually do something before your API executes. So support for filters is coming in. There's better open API support coming in with .NET 7, so you can have annotations to your minimal API, which means your Swagger can be that extra friendly. You have the ability to group a set of points together. So if you want authentication and authorization to be attached to the real-world API alone that you have seen in my project, but not to the other ones, you can group the real-world person API into a single group and put your filters on that group, which means it will be available to every API in that group. So that is my resources. If you want to go have a look. It's basically of the MS docs and some of the talks that I've seen in the past. Go have a look at Maria Nagawa's talk. It's amazing. One last word before I sign off. Controllers are not going anywhere from as I see it. There's a place for controllers, enterprise-level projects, and there's a place for minimal APIs. If you want to go in from minimal APIs as your project grows into a controller or an enterprise-level application, that is by all means possible. You saw that the program.cs was getting bigger and bigger with every API I wrote. That need not be the case. You can structure it quite well. There are examples of that out there. Nick Chapsis, my friend, has done a lot of work on that. You can go watch some of his videos. You can structure it the way you want. So that's it from me. Thank you for having me again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this, Purnima. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to ask any questions. Will you be around here for a while? So if anyone has questions for you, they can find you here?
Absolutely.
Amazing. So I don't want to stand between you and lunch for now, because it's time for food. And we will be back in an hour. Lunch will be served at the Smederij. See you later.
Amazing. Thank you. Hello. And welcome to Umbra Coffee live from DF22. We're here in Utrecht, the Netherlands, and it's fantastic, so fantastic to be here. So thank you for the people at home watching Umbra Coffee for joining us, and thank you to the wonderful audience here. My guests, hello. I'm joined by two wonderful people who've been very visible in the event so far. So, Reiter, lovely to have you here on your first time at a Umbraco event, but also on Umbra Coffee. And Purnima, we know and we love you, of course. We've had you on many, many times before. How are you both doing?
Very well, thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Awesome.
I'm well too.
Yeah, Purnima's just come off stage, so I feel a little bit mean making her join me as a guest on the sofa here, but it's great to have you. So, Reiter, maybe you can tell me a little bit about you, about why you're here and what you're doing today.
Yeah, so I'm Reiter. I also work with computers as an engineering manager. But today I'm here as the DukeFest host of the day, of the main stage. So I have the honor to announce these amazing, inspiring speakers of today. So basically, that's my role for today.
Of course, yeah, we started the day with a lovely welcome from you and a fantastic keynote as well. So that was, I know a lot of people on Twitter have been seeing just how inspiring and thought-provoking that was. Maybe either of you, do you want to share your thoughts on the keynote?
Yeah, I think it was a very strong message delivered. It was very powerful, I thought. I think some of the quotes really had me thinking about it, so it was just amazing. I'm just buzzing with energy, so I'm not able to talk as much as I usually do. But as I said, I think, in short, a very powerful, very thought-provoking message delivered in 35 minutes.
Yeah.
I think I'll go back to it, probably revisit the keynote once again to gather the key points out of it, and probably use that in my daily life going ahead as well. So these are the things that you kind of pick up from keynotes, isn't it? So
exactly.
It's fantastic.
Exactly. Of course, Rice, you mentioned that you're hosting, and hosting is more than just presenting for the people in the room. We have a live audience as well on YouTube. There is a live stream of the day, including this track here, and you're hosting some, what are they called, talk shows. Is that right? So could you tell us a little bit about that concept? Because that's a new one for an Umbraco event, I think.
Well, it's the coolest thing about hosting a talk show and having all these panelists is like getting their view on certain topics. So we have spoken a bit, like we've done a talk show about the keynote, the accessibility keynote of Marie. Very important talk indeed. We forget so much. Like we are all. We can hear well, most of us, we can see well, and we often forget there are also people out there who might need, like, we have to build better websites in order for them to be more inclusive, basically. Yeah. So during these talk shows, we kind of touch upon some points that the keynote speaker Marie has discussed, and dive a bit deeper in that. And the second part of the talk show, we discussed basically, well, we had a trip down memory lane with regards to Umbraco, because it has been existing for so many years now. So yeah, that's fun, and it's a conversation. So it's not like a cross-examination. It's like we're having fun on stage and talking about the Umbraco, the future, the roadmap, what the future holds for us.
Amazing. And Purnima, have you been part of a talk show yet, or are you on a bit later today?
I was a part of the trip down the memory lane.
Amazing.
I thought it was a very chillaxed kind of environment, and there were really nice points that all the three of us, myself, Dave, and Leonard, had to say. So it was a very friendly conversation about the friendly topic that we all know about, that is Umbraco CMS today, which was fantastic.
Yeah, so this is also something I learned today about the Umbraco community. They're so friendly, they're so open and warm and receptive. I really enjoy that, and as you just mentioned, which I also told everyone, it's my first time here at the DukeFest and meeting all the Umbraco community members, and I really feel welcome here as well. So
that's good.
well,
Of course,
thank you for
we want you to feel welcome, and definitely friendly it's in our DNA as a community. You may have seen some people walking around with friendly written on their t-shirts or their hoodies. It's like it is absolutely the message we're trying to spread here. So that's great that you felt that in just a few hours this morning that the event's been going. Of course, other talks have been going on. We have other rooms running simultaneously. I know that Paul Seal just did a fantastic talk about his gamifying Umbraco. There is a kind of Umbraco quiz site that he's launched, and I'll make sure that the link for that's actually in the description below so people can go take part. I'm already top of the leaderboard, so and I intend to stay there.
Okay, we don't expect any surprises there, Callum.
Yeah.
But wait, are there any prizes?
There's badges. So again, part of this gamifying Umbraco, he's awarding badges for when you answer, when you're getting a top score, or when you're providing questions. It's all crowdsourced, community-driven questions in these quizzes, so you can do that as well. Someone said that I should get an award for donuts.
Oh yeah, you totally should.
So yeah, maybe there's some other badges that can be won as well. And I don't know what the badges equate to, but maybe yeah, there's a leaderboard, and it's nice to just be on the top of that, right? What other talks we had? Of course, Purnima, you've just done a fantastic talk on minimal APIs, which was really, really good. Even with the technical challenges you had at the start, it was very clear exactly the value that minimal APIs bring and just how powerful those can be in the .NET world. What other talks have you seen today that you enjoyed?
So I was quite busy in the morning with the talk show. I caught the keynote, of course, and I caught the latter half of Dave's talk as well. But I'll go back to the stream and revisit the talk because I want to.
Of course, on the stream, Dave's talk was streamed. Everything in this room here has been streamed. But Corne, you did a talk as well. How did that go? It went great, Corne says.
That sounded like a fun talk.
What people in the audience, shout out. What was your favorite talk so far this morning? What have you seen that you enjoyed? Okay. Clearly, it's Paul Seal. Yeah, clearly, a lot of either very tired people or just every talk's been rubbish. No, I'm sure they've all been amazing. And then a packed afternoon as well. More talk shows coming up?
Yes, there's another one coming up later on today.
What's the topic of that one? Do we know?
It's I think it's about the future of Umbraco, so roadmap updates.
Indeed.
What's to be expected?
Indeed, and that very nicely actually comes along to our guest that we're going to bring on in a second, so I won't get too much more information about that just yet. I'll be doing a talk. I know that there's a handful of talks this afternoon, so it should be a good afternoon. People are having lunch right now, and a few people are streaming in, so thank you for giving up some of your lunchtime to watch us. All right, let's have a round of applause for Purnima and Reiter, our first guests, and let's bring on the Nikolais, our next guests.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so as Reiter mentioned, there is a talk show this afternoon on kind of what's next for Umbraco, and these two gentlemen, I think, are probably the best people to try and answer that. They are the Nikolais, my two favorite Nikolais, working on the core team at Umbraco HQ. And can you tell us a little bit about what you do day to day?
Yeah, so as you said, core team developer, most of my days are now spent on project new back office. And of course, fixing bug.
And when you say new back office there, you're meaning all of the APIs that are powering that.
Exactly.
So you're not writing JavaScript.
No, luckily not.
Cool. And Nikolai number two?
Yes, much the same thing really. Try to stay as far away of the front end as I can, and do a lot of the back end stuff. Fixing bugs, doing new features.
Fantastic. So yeah, without meaning to give any spoilers for the talk show you'll be a part of later today, the future of Umbraco, the new back office is obviously a really key part of that. But what else are you really excited about?
Well, right now it is mostly the new back office, but also the new block grid editor that just got in the RC yesterday.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
I've been going around this event trying to find somebody from Umbraco HQ that would be willing to talk about the new block grid and the 10.3 release candidate. And I was told by a very trusted source that you would be the most knowledgeable people here on that. And you've both reliably told me you are not. So 10.3 RC came out yesterday. RC period means there's 2 weeks to give feedback and to fix things up, and then this will be released. So 10.3 includes, as far as I know, the block grid as the sort of headline feature, and that's the replacement for the original grid that joined us in V7.3 and has been a staple of Umbraco ever since, and it's the new blockified element type based grid editor. And along with that, the new UUI is included in the back office, but it's not doing anything.
No, it's not doing anything, but it's mostly so package creators can use UUI for their packages now, and hopefully fortify their packages for Umbraco 13 as well.
Yeah.
And without being entirely sure, I actually think the new block grid editor uses something for it as well.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does.
Oh, fantastic. So it's there for a reason then.
Yeah,
it's not just been included to add more stuff into our browser caches. That's awesome. Okay, fantastic. And of course, Julia, who's one of your colleagues, is doing a talk later about the web components and what that new UUI library means for the core. Fantastic. So block grid, other than what I said, it's elements and it's a grid. Do we know anything more?
Yeah, so it's a lot of the if you're familiar with the block list editor in general, a lot of the code has been reused from the blocks at least. So it's a lot of those. I know Nikolai has done a lot of testing with the block grid editor, so maybe he can highlight a few stuff.
Yeah, I had a play around with it last week during our cycle hack, and one of the things I noticed was it's very flexible, or at least it can be. So you can give a lot of freedoms to editors to allow them to do pretty much everything. Resize the blocks, how much should they, space should it take up, or you can make it more restrictive or make sure it fits some standards by having this same as we had with the grid where we had layouts. Now it's just called, what is it called?
Areas.
Yeah. Areas, exactly, thank you. Areas instead. So it's really cool and it's very, very flexible. And the nice thing I think about it being in blocks is that it's much more easy to reason about. When you have to write your front-end code, I don't have to consider a million things at once. I can just, this is how to render an image, this is how you render a heading, and I think that's really, really nice.
I'm sure at some point that Niels Lingso, who's worked heavily on the UI of this, will show off a demo. He did show me a few weeks ago a fantastic example of a really beautiful looking layout, directly rendering in the back office with this new grid and the flexibility that he had to then drag blocks around. So from a short conceptual point of view, the block grid is you're defining an item, and then you can define how many rows and columns that spans, and then you can say that item also has sub-items, sub-areas, if you will, and that's the layout thing you mentioned. And then permissions for what can go in what area, it does get very cool. The one thing I was very intrigued about, and I hope this is still the case in the release candidate, maybe the two of you know, the benefit of the grid was it's like a very WYSIWYG experience, and you can have previews rendering really nicely in the back office. With the block list, we can also have previews to render inline. But people complained because they had to write custom HTML and style those up however they wanted. With the block grid, I believe you are shipping a couple of common examples for an image, a rich text editor, and for like a renderer that I can just pick from the core. It's already shipped with Umbraco, so it looks good.
Exactly, and it's also you can use it out of the box, of course, but it's also to give examples of when you want to make your own, so you can actually see how it would be done and then apply it to your own blocks.
Yeah, because it's those custom back office views in the beginning can seem very, very daunting. But just having an example of this is how you can do various things, makes it much easier to then extend upon it and go, okay, well, I also want a description, or I can add that and stuff like that. We are still having some discussions about exactly how we want to do it. Right now, it's a button that will create it for you. We've also talked about maybe it should be more of a like starter kit package type thing. So, of course, if you have any feedback, please. Let us know.
Yeah, I've certainly shared my thoughts on that with Niels and the team, but yeah, it's good. And of course the block grid is here to stay in V11, which is the next major coming out December 1st.
Yeah, around there.
Something around that. The current grid becomes obsolete basically, and is marked as such, and people are discouraged from using that because in V13, which will be end of next year sometime, it's gone, along with nested content.
Yeah, it is. It'll be
Fantastic.
Yep.
So yeah, this is a really, really important release candidate, possibly one of the most important release candidates we've had in quite a while. Go test out the block grid, provide feedback, let HQ know what you think of it.
Please. And it is also, just as a note, it's not final yet, right? It's in the, it's of course in the RC, but go test it, find $1 million bucks, and please report it. We really need help.
Yeah. And of course, it's Hacktoberfest, so what better way to contribute to Umbraco by raising some issues and maybe fixing some as well and contributing them to the course.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, let's give both the Nikolais a round of applause. Thank you both for joining me. Okay, I'm going to wrap up this episode by asking our two organizers to join me on stage. What a wonderful job they've done. Let's give them both a round of applause, Henk and Arnold. Hello. Arnold, this is your second week in a row on Umbra Coffee. Thank you for having us. I was talking to someone earlier this week about guests and who we love having on, and you're always energetic and always fantastic to have. So,
thank you.
Thank you for joining 2 weeks in a row. Well, yeah, what a wonderful job you've done today so far. I think even the moment we sat down in the chairs in this room, the standard for how this was going to be was set. We had a nice light show. We had an amazing video. Whose idea was that? I'm guessing Henk, because I've been to your Azure Lowland event as well, and the same thing happened.
We might have copied some things from Azure Lowlands, right?
And we always try to do a bit more. So every event, so Henk does a lot more events a year, and then we discuss, and Henk tells me what he has been doing. I've been at those events. And then we try to up the game a bit more, because of course we're just two people, so why not just take more on our plate?
Indeed.
Right?
So everyone loves more work, right? But yeah, this sort of talk show concept is a new edition this year. It's a really nice edition, I think.
Yeah, we talked about this quite some years already. We wanted to do this, but of course due to COVID, things didn't work out completely. So finally we were able to do this whole setup as we imagined it already for quite some years.
Yeah, and at DF20, of course, you were there.
Yeah.
We tried to do it in a 1.5 meter distance table thing, where we actually had the measuring tape. Can we have all the guests at the table, and then half the speakers had to join virtually?
Yes. Yeah, it was, of course, this is the first in-person DF since 2019. You showed a picture earlier of people's lovely, wonderful faces there, and it's really great to be back in person, finally.
It's a huge difference compared to having it online. I mean, online is really nice to organize, and also for us to do some nice tricks online and have some nice camera equipment and some other streaming stuff.
Yeah, basically playing with cameras and cameras.
Yeah, that's just fun. But having people around, this many people around, is really awesome.
Yeah, nothing beats the friendly atmosphere that you get from the community and from having everyone in one place. So.
Yes, exactly. And what's going on now, like having a band, having something to eat.
Yeah, so that the streamers can't see, people watching online can't see, but on the DUG Twitter account you see a short clip of the band performing, so it's really nice.
Yeah, and this band, it's the same band, or one of the same bands that has played at, did they play at DukeFest last year, the virtual one?
No.
They played at the Azure Lowlands event.
They opened Azure Lowlands.
They did open Azure Lowlands, and they're fantastic. They're like a kind of swing band. So it's very good. Go watch that if you haven't just yet. Okay, we're back, first time in a couple of years. What's your highlight so far? What's the biggest stress been for you? I know organizing these events can be quite stressful.
Yeah, I think one of the stressful things is that everything almost doubled in price.
Yeah.
So everything became more expensive and more expensive. You start budgeting in the beginning of the year, and then you see your cost rising, and you're like, oh, okay, are we going to make it? Yes or no? Yes or no? And getting everything arranged, because it is always also very busy. Everyone is trying to run their event just before the winter peak of COVID. Yep. So everything is squeezed, and you have to find your lamps and people to help you and those things. So that was kind of the most stressful things.
Yeah, but to be honest, I mean, how we do events, it's like we just roll out our playbook and we add some stuff on top of it, and there are some challenges, but it does work.
It came together again.
Yeah.
Well done. Fantastic. Highlight then of today so far?
For me, the opening keynote.
Yeah, for me the same.
It was fantastic. Really fantastic.
Such a good story.
Such an amazing story. And as we've mentioned already, but that's recorded. It's on YouTube. You can go and watch it. But I think even being in the room, it was just even more fantastic.
It was also interesting because some people came in late and they were standing in the back and they're like, there's something off here, but they couldn't tell directly.
Yeah, so for anyone that didn't see it who's watching live, the speaker was deaf and delivered the entire talk in sign language, but of course had two fantastic interpreters there to not only communicate what the audience were kind of saying, laughing, etc., to her, but also to then orate what she was saying with sign language, which in itself, an amazing job to do to do a whole half an hour, and I know they swapped over halfway, but to do a whole half an hour keynote and interpret sign language for that whole time is really incredible. Really, really incredible.
And also something different than people are used to with an opening keynote.
100%.
It leaves a bigger impression that way.
100%. And I definitely think it left a very, very big impression. So, very good choice. I'm never disappointed with the DUGFest keynotes. I think 2019 we had.
We had Niels closing.
We did have Niels.
And we
closing.
had Felina opening.
Felina's talk as well.
All the amazing drawings.
Yes, was very, very good. It was very good. So I guess you've set a very high standard for events. It's sort of what
mainly
we've come
for
to
ourselves.
expect.
That's a bit of the,
yeah.
the challenge.
Amazing.
So again, I want to say, if someone wants to help us throughout the whole year and not just on this day itself, we will always find people to help on the day itself. But we also need people to support us, think with us for these events, have nice meals with us while thinking about all this stuff. Then please come to us and talk to us. Because we would love to have a few more people doing this and not just.
You said at the start that you've been two organisers now for 3 years, since 2019, really. So for since 2018.
Yeah.
All right. Wow.
No, the 2018 Martijn was still there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think in 2019 Martijn was given the DUG MVP.
You still owe him a shirt.
You still owe him the shirt. Oh right. Yeah. So you've been doing this alone. This is your 4th event where it's just the two of you.
Yeah.
So
yes. This is the first one that didn't get cancelled.
The first one. So yeah, it's very good to see that you can put this on, but it's fun. It's more fun with a group, right? Much more fun with a group.
Absolutely. Great. Yeah.
So if you're in the Netherlands, if you'd like to help out the DUG gang organising a future event, let them know. You have a meetup coming up on November 3rd,
yes,
hosted by IO, so that's great to see the meetups are bouncing back as well.
Yeah, there's also something we do as DUG. We support meetups, so we set up the meetup on meetup.com, we send out some social media stuff, some emails, we help them with all of that.
Yeah.
But the party organizing or the agency organizing the meetup, they have to do the meetup themselves basically, but we will help them with everything around it and support and all that.
Amazing.
So we hope to bring it back now, but let's see what COVID does in the coming months.
Yeah, indeed.
Fingers crossed.
All right, amazing. Just because I have an audience here, and because the UK community are largely watching too, I'm going to make an announcement. I've been in the US for 2 weeks, and I arrived yesterday morning, very, very early. But I've been getting a lot of messages very early in the morning for me the past 2 weeks saying, what's going on with the UK Fest? So if you go right now to Umbraco.Community/together, everything's there, tickets are on sale, call for speakers is open, we have an event. The dates have already been set and announced before, but there's been nothing formal because of things I won't get into here. But yeah, please go there, buy your tickets. We hope to have an event in the middle of November. Hopefully see some of the people here as well. At that event, but yeah, it would be good to see some community here and maybe capture just a little bit of the DUG energy that you've had here, because it's been really good fun. Let's give Arnold and Henk a round of applause. And thank you all for tuning into Umbra Coffee, either in person here or live on YouTube. I need to go get lunch, so we will see you all next Friday for regular Umbra Coffee. Martin will be back. Thank you very much.
everyone. But before we continue our program, Hank wants to steal your attention for a couple of minutes. Hank?
Yes, it's me again. So we tried something in the morning, like making a group picture. I said we tried. It didn't work out that well. So we got a ladder. We got flashlights. So we wanted to try that again. Yay, after lunch, get up some exercise. So once again, please all get up. Move forward. And then squeeze in. Let's not do that. Goed. Can you move to the front? There a little bit. Yes, Jack. Perfect. Oh, mag ik er ook bij? Ja, mag er ook bij. Yeah, there is not so much to squeeze.
There's a little he would ask. Take a woman like you to get through. Everybody look at the camera. The count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All around my door.
Okay, Rita, back to you.
Thank you. The flashlight is in front of the screen.
Oh, is this one here?
Can I move it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. Thank you. Yes, and we're back on track. Next on our program is Andy. Andy is a developer and head of digital experience at Umbraco Group, and he will give us updates. Very excited.
That's right. That's
Welcome.
Right. Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone. So as Rita says, I'm here to give you a little update from HQ, some of the things we've been working on over the past year and some plans we have for the upcoming months. My name's Andy Butland. I've been working at Umbraco now for about 18 months. But before that, I've been in and around the Umbraco community for quite some time. My first experience of the community was Code Garden 2012. And I remember when I walked in on the first day, just how many people were dressed in orange. Now, there was an important football match, I think, for the Netherlands that night, which probably explains a little bit why they were all so color coordinated. But it was obvious back then, and is exactly the same today, just how big a part of the Umbraco community the Dutch Umbracians are. And I'm really pleased to be here today to give you this update. So it's certainly been a busy year, and as a result of that, I've got quite a lot of things to talk about. So I'm going to try not to go too quick, but I will have to go quite high level over a number of different topics. But fortunately, the next session we have here, we have an hour long, where I'm going to be joined by some of my colleagues on the sofa, where we can kind of take your questions and have a deep dive into anything that you want to go into in a lot more detail. So if you see anything I talk about today, and you have questions, we can certainly deal with them then. And obviously, if there's anything else that you want to discuss as well, we're available. So let's first of all just talk about the fact we're back together. It's fantastic to be here today, as I said. And back in June, we had what was the greatest Code Garden ever. Now, they say that every year, but this year I think it was definitely true. You know, we had nearly 1,500 participants joining remotely and in person. We had a number of speakers, quite a number of sessions, and a great 3 days was had by all. We were able to award 66 Umbraco MVPs. So these are the people within the community that go that extra step in terms of organizing meetups, doing code contributions, doing documentation, joining community teams. There's all sorts of ways to get involved with Umbraco, and it's great to be able to recognize these people. There were 7 new ones this year, and we also renewed, I think it was 59 other ones. We've put out 25 CMS releases this year, and 57 releases of Forms and Deploy. So this is mostly focused on Umbraco 10 now, but we also did releases going all the way back to Umbraco 7. When there's important bug fixes and security issues, we need to make sure that those are updated too. But talking about the focus we've had this year, it's mostly been on professionalizing Umbraco. And this is both in terms of our products, our services, and the organization itself. We have an aim, and you've probably heard this if you've seen any other recent discussions from the Umbraco HQ, around making sure Umbraco is not only the CMS of choice for things like smaller and medium-sized applications, but also that we can hit the mark for those more enterprise applications, more integration-heavy solutions that people are looking to build. So you'll see some of the things I talk about today, those features are very much geared towards that, being able to, as I say, meet what those enterprise clients are looking for. But we also don't want to leave anyone behind. We see that by making these extra features, that bigger is better for everyone, and we can bring everyone along with us. So when I first got involved with Umbraco at HQ, one of the first things I was working on was the launch of Umbraco 9. And if anyone remembers that, it was a big deal. We had a live stream, we had rabbits, we had cake, we had confetti. When I fast-forwarded a year to Umbraco 10, it was very different. I was actually sitting in a hotel room waiting for midnight to come around just so I could press a button and send a file up to NuGet. So it was a very different experience, but that's how we want things to be now. We are going to a pattern of predictable releases with major releases every 6 months so that you know when things are coming and you can know what to expect in the sense that we're adhering strictly to SEM versioning. So an Umbraco major release no longer has to be associated with the party and a big marketing event. You know, we'll still pat ourselves on the back and be proud of what we've done. But now you can expect that every 6 months you'll get predictable releases from us. We've also had a big focus on solid operations. Really what we want you to be able to sleep well and not worry when your site is hosted by Umbraco Cloud or it's running on Umbraco CMS. In part to do that, we now have both first and second line support available in the US. So if you're running your sites from the US, you have Umbraco support available to you within your working hours. And of course, that's also the case in Europe. And another big project that's been going on for some period of time has been migrating all the Azure cloud instances from an older Azure technology through to the more modern stack that we're on today. And as a result of that, we've had much more reliable operations. We've been very proud of how that's worked out. To a point we've had no infrastructure-wide incidents since we've moved to this new stack. And the other phrase you'll have definitely heard if you've been at any Umbraco event for the last year or so is the composable DXP. This idea of being able to compose your tech stack using Umbraco CMS and using whatever third-party services make sense for your particular solution. We see that giving you faster time to market, clear boundaries and separations of concerns, and less vendor lock-in as you're able to swap components to what fits best for your solution. And in order to support this, we've been building a number of integrations. And we do this for a number of reasons. Obviously, we hope that them and of themselves, they will be useful tools for people who are already using these third-party services. We also see it as a good way for getting the Umbraco name known better. So for example, Umbraco appears on the HubSpot marketplace or on the Zapier marketplace is a great thing for Umbraco to get more brand awareness, particularly in those markets where it's a little bit less well known. And lastly, but not least, in releasing these integrations as open source integrations, and by releasing them with a blog post explaining how we've built it, we continue to sell that story about how extensible Umbraco is. So even if you're not working with one of the particular providers we've built an extension for, you can still see how we've done that type of thing. And you can see how to do it with the particular services that you need to integrate with. So there's two parts, though, for Umbraco to succeed as a composable DXP. And the first one of those is discovery. You and your customers need to know what integrations are out there and what packages you can install to enhance your CMS experience. And in order to support that, we've been building a new marketplace to host Umbraco integrations and Umbraco packages. This will be a standalone website, and it will also be served from the Umbraco back office when Umbraco 11 comes out in December. And if you're a package developer and you want to get involved with this, all you need to do is tag the installable component of your package with Umbraco Marketplace. We will then pull that information in from NuGet and have it presented on this website. And there'll also be a means for you to augment your listing with screenshots, with videos, and that type of thing, which we'll release details on a little bit later. And then as well as discovery, the second part is the integrations themselves. So we kind of consider integrations as a special type of Umbraco package, one where the more of the value is in the third-party service that you're pulling into your installation. And we have two strategies for making sure we have the right integrations available for you. One of those is partnerships. So all the integrations that we've built this year that I was just showing on the previous slide, they haven't been done in isolation. We've been doing those in conjunction with these partners. So sometimes we work with them to define what makes sense for an Umbraco integration, and sometimes we're supporting them when they are building extensions to Umbraco themselves. And the other part is around acquisitions. And we see this as a natural next step for Umbraco. We're constantly looking to see what of the value chain makes most sense as an Umbraco product. And you've seen this year with the acquisition of the Plumber package. Now, for those of you that don't know, this is was a third-party package for Umbraco that extends editor options for creating workflows. So you have more options for approvals and more control over how content goes live. And we always saw this as a gap Umbraco had. I mean, it was fantastic. We could point to this third-party package and send people to use it. But again, going back to the more enterprise clients, they're happier if they can have a product that's got the full weight of Umbraco HQ behind it in terms of support and that type of thing. So we were very lucky to be able to acquire the Plumber product, and it was now going to be rebranded as Umbraco Workflow, released with new features, along with Umbraco 11 in December. And what was even better, as well as getting a fantastic product, we also got the fantastic developer that built it. So those of you who may know Nathan, he now works for Umbraco, and he spends a fair chunk of his time now working on improving this product as part of his full-time job, rather than something he had to do at least previously, partly in his spare time. So now I'll talk a little bit about what we've done on the CMS. First of all, Umbraco 10 came out in June, and this was a long-term support version, which means it'll be patched and bug fixed for at least 24 months, and then 12 months after that, continue for any security issues that may require updates. We updated the target framework to .NET 6, and that in turn is also long-term support. So then you can see what we're doing here in terms of the predictable releases. We're looking to align with Microsoft. So whenever there's a new version of .NET, there'll be a new version of Umbraco that's based on it. And similarly, when there's an Umbraco long-term support version, it'll be based on a .NET long-term support version. So this is all, again, going back to the predictable release schedule. We updated dependencies, things like image sharp, examine, so you're running on the latest versions of these. And we were able to fill the last piece of the puzzle when it comes to cross-platform support. So one of the great things about Umbraco 9 was it was running on .NET Core, which meant we weren't tied to .NET Framework and Windows, and you could work with Umbraco on your Mac or on your Linux machine. But the gap we didn't have was a cross-platform embedded database that ran natively on the Mac and Linux. And now we do have that with SQLite. So with Umbraco 10, this is the default. If you spin up a site and want to use a local database, SQLite will be the one that's available. And as I say, that's completely cross-platform, so you can work completely in isolation on your Mac or Linux machine if that's your preference. We also introduced a feature called runtime modes. Now, the idea of this is to allow you to customize Umbraco to the particular way you're using it, which might be as a back office developer, so someone working within the settings section and updating templates through the back office, as a more Visual Studio rider developer using source control and compilation, or, of course, Umbraco running in production. And although Umbraco can do all three of those things, it can be customized to be more performant and more optimized when it's working in a particular way. And by setting this one setting for the runtime mode, you can then optimize your production environment to be the most efficient it can be, and your development environment to be useful when you're developing. And we also introduced a feature called permission for language variants. This basically means in a multilingual setup, you now have more control over which languages which editors can see. And you also allow your editors to work more independently, being able to create content within any language without having to first have a default language created. Umbraco 10.3, I think, was out as release candidate yesterday or the day before. This will be the last planned minor of Umbraco 10. After that, we will move the release train on to Umbraco 11. So again, this predictable schedule, now every 6 weeks, there will be a minor release starting from Umbraco 11, and then it'll be 11.1 6 weeks after that. With 10.3, we've included the UI library. Now, this is a separate project that's been worked on by the front-end team at Umbraco to create a set of components that can be used for the various features we want to use on Umbraco websites. So most obviously, they'll be used in the new Umbraco back office, but we're also using them on the cloud portal, and we now have them available within the existing back office as well. And I'll talk in a minute about the new back office project and how that might impact package developers. And remember the fact that we now have the UI library within Umbraco that can help with that migration task. And then within 10.3, we're releasing a new block grid editor. So you all likely know the block list editor. As you might expect, the block grid is very similar, except it allows you to do rows and columns rather than just rows. The idea behind this is going to replace the existing grid within Umbraco. So as of when this is released, the existing grid will be depreciated and is planned to be removed in Umbraco 13. So it's quite a way down the track. There's plenty of time before this has to happen. But we hope and expect people to start to use the new block grid editor for these more complex layouts within Umbraco. And then, as I've said, we have Umbraco 11. This is going to be coming out on December the 1st. And it will run on .NET 7, so the latest and greatest .NET from Microsoft. But as I said, .NET 7 isn't long-term support, and so neither will Umbraco 11. So you kind of have an option now when you're moving forward with Umbraco. If you want to stay on the latest, get the latest from Microsoft, the latest features from Umbraco, you can move along to the latest major release. But if you want to adopt a slightly more cautious approach, you can stay on the long-term support versions, both of .NET and of Umbraco. Obviously, .NET 7 will come with ASP.NET Core 7. And we've also updated TinyMCE, following a long-standing Umbraco tradition of going from version 4 to version 6 and missing out version 5. We also made some efforts to isolate our dependencies a bit more, particularly in this case with image sharp. There's a couple of reasons for doing this. One is just to allow you a bit more flexibility if you want to use some other component for the service that it's offering. But more importantly, it allows you to upgrade out of band without having to wait for an Umbraco release. So by that I mean with Umbraco 9, we had an issue that Image Sharp released a new version fairly soon after Umbraco 9 came out, and people wanted to use that. But unfortunately, we couldn't bring it into Umbraco 9. It would be a breaking change, and you weren't able to upgrade independently, and so had to wait for Umbraco 10. With the new isolation, it would be possible now to be able to upgrade that separately and you to take steps to get onto the latest version without necessarily having to wait the 6 months for Umbraco to come onto a new version. The CMS team have a public roadmap. And one of the things on it is the introduction of a headless REST API. So we obviously have Umbraco Hardcore, and I'll be talking about that a bit later, which is our software as a service headless service. But we know that some people want to use headless AJAX client-side techniques within a traditionally rendered Umbraco site. So there may be one little island of rich functionality you want to use building using a single-page application techniques. And as a result, we'll be building a headless headless API within Umbraco, so you can use that in as I say, a traditional CMS setup. We'll be adding webhooks, so you can send updates as a result of various events happening within Umbraco. And we're also introducing a new management API. So this will be what the new back office uses to talk to the Umbraco backend in order to do things like update content types and render information. And then, of course, there's the new back office. So this is a big project that's been going on for some time and will go on for some time in the future to replace the existing back office running on the legacy AngularJS with a new backend, a new front end built with web standards and not using a big web framework. We want to avoid being in the position we are now in 3 or 4 years' time where we've potentially got to upgrade from another framework that's then been moved on. Now, there's no doubt there's going to be a big job in moving from the existing back office to the new one for us at HQ, but it's also a big job for package developers. And it can be quite a daunting one. I mean, personally, I'm responsible for Umbraco Forms and Deploy. And it's quite daunting for me to think about just about how much JavaScript is going to need to be migrated from one to the other. But as I mentioned, we're releasing the Umbraco UI components within the back office. Potentially that effort can be something that can be spread out over a longer period of time. So we'd encourage you, if you're starting to build a new package now, or you're building custom back office updates for your solution, So think about using those UI components, because they're the things that will continue to work within the new back office when it's ready. And that potentially makes that big bang change that you may have to do before the back office comes out something we can spread out over a much longer period of time. So we've been continuing to improve Umbraco Forms. We've released a number of releases, as I said. Some of the highlights have been adding editable entries. So in the back office, you can now manage the entries submitted by your users. We've improved permissions, so you can now manage access to forms via user groups as well as users. And we've added enhancements to workflow, so you can have an audit trail, so you can do retries, and so you have conditions. With Umbraco Deploy, we've spent a lot of focus on optimizations and performance over the past few months. We've also introduced new features, including content transfer options, allowing you to transfer single languages between environments, and also allowing you to push content from staging to production, but to schedule it to go live at a future date. Within the DXP commercial products team, the things we'll be working on are releasing forms, deploy, and workflow for Umbraco 11. And we too are looking to build a headless API for the same reasons as the CMS, when you want to use Umbraco in a traditional way, but you want those islands of rich functionality for rendering forms and submitting forms on the client side. Workflow, as in Plumber, will have a new feature called content refresh notifications. So you'll be able to set certain pieces of content to be reviewed after, say, 6 months. So the editors can check that the content is still relevant, still needs to be updated, and go through the same approval workflow that you have for new content. And we're also working on a project we're calling licensing as a service. So this is something that we need for ourselves. We want to be able to improve the licensing options we have for doing trials, for doing recurring licenses, and that type of thing. So we're going to be integrating this within Umbraco workflow for when it comes out, and then into Umbraco Forms and Umbraco Deploy. But we'd also like to make this available for external packages as well. I think Patrick mentioned earlier in his talk about having to deal with licensing was kind of a pain, and it's something he chose to avoid doing as a result of that. If it's something that Umbraco can provide, that would be great, because rather than having these separate businesses that are building commercial Umbraco packages having to solve the licensing problem themselves, having something that's provided by Umbraco will mean that's one less thing they have to think about. And it's also something we can do in a more integrated way in the back office. I can imagine, for example, a back office section showing your licenses, showing the domains that the products are available on, and showing the status of the latest checks. So this is something to look out for over the coming months. With Umbraco Cloud, we've introduced dedicated resources. So as well as choosing your plan, your starter, professional, or standard plans, you can also choose whether to have dedicated resources, so not share them with other customers, and you have some control now over what the specification of the server that's running your Umbraco Cloud site will have. We've also introduced two-factor authentication, and this is definitely one of those things that enterprise customers are certainly looking for, but it's also one of these things that once it's there, everyone can make use of it. So we now have this available with Umbraco Cloud, so you have full two-factor authentication that you can enable for your logins. Probably the biggest project the Cloud team worked on this year was the release of the US data center. So now when you spin up an Umbraco Cloud project, you can choose to host it in Europe, as you've always been able to, but you can also choose to now host it in the US. And like anything in IT, once you've done something twice, doing it a third time, doing it a fourth time becomes a bit easier, doesn't it? So you can certainly expect to hear announcements over the next year about other regional centers where you'll be able to host your Umbraco projects. Then we have a roadmap for the cloud team. One of the things they'll be looking at is packages in cloud. So this idea of when you spin up a cloud project, as well as choosing your plan and choosing your resources, you'll also be able to choose certain packages to be pre-installed for when your project starts up. We want to also improve the options for continuous integration and continuous delivery. So up to now with cloud, to some extent, you have to do things the way it wants you to. But what we'd like to do is give you more options in terms of being able to host the code repo yourself, and potentially having a continuous integration pipeline that allows you to run your own build and your own tests before then moving on to being deployed into Umbraco Cloud. We're introducing flexible environments, so you can have as many environments as you want within a particular project. But the roadmap isn't something we're coming up on our own. We always are talking to customers and want to hear what people have to say about what the important things to build and what the priorities should be. So if you do have any specific things on that, please reach out to the two gentlemen's emails addressed who are on the slides. This is Christian and Soren. So if you have anything, you can certainly reach out and speak to them. And then, of course, we're here for the next hour and the rest of the day too. With Umbraco Hardcore, we've introduced custom grid editors and soon custom property editors. The ability to use HTML and CSS to customize the Umbraco back office within Hardcore. And this is absolutely something that everyone loves about Umbraco, the fact you can extend and make the back office just what your editors need. We're going to be offering more scope to do that with the Hardcore as well via this technique. We're adhering to JSON schema, so we align to that standard, and we provide clear human and machine-readable documentation. And the Hardcore team, too, are going to be introducing a new version 3 of their REST API. And so that takes us full circle, because what we're trying to do, particularly with these APIs, is make sure that they are either exactly the same or very similar across these two different products. So if you are working as a developer on a number of Umbraco projects, and you're moving between traditionally rendered Umbraco CMS versus Hardcore and headless, you'll find the APIs familiar, and you'll be able to move between them much more easily. And similarly, if you have a project and you wanted to migrate from one way or the other, again, there'll be less code that needs to change because the APIs will work in the same way. Another thing that brings us full circle is the fact that we have, for the CMS and the headless teams, we have a community team. So a group of people from the community, I'm sure some of the people are in it, like, that are here, they're there as a sounding board, they're there as an advisory panel. Again, just making sure that we're aligning with the community. We're making sure we're building the things that you need and your customers need. And they go with the other 5 community teams that are well established and all doing really good work. We were fortunately able to invite them all to Odense recently, so we had 2 days when they all came over and had some great sessions and some great goals and great plans for the year ahead. And then lastly, I talked about contribution earlier. We talked about the community teams. There's another way to get involved with Umbraco. Hacktoberfest is an initiative that's going on this month, and Umbraco are taking part in it. So if you do want to get involved in this, whether it be code contributions or more low-code, no-code things like documentation, these are all things we really welcome, not only for Umbraco CMS, but also for Umbraco packages. There's a lot of package developers that can appreciate your help. And so if you're looking to get involved with Umbraco, this month is definitely a good place to start, good time to start. And thank you. I think that's it from me. Hopefully I got in just about in time. I'm sorry if it was a little bit quick, because there was a lot to get through. But as I say, we've got now another hour to dig into things a bit more, and I hope you'll come with your questions. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Andy. I'm sure there are quite some questions from the audience. I would like to invite you to our talk show corner.
Okay.
I would also like to invite Nikolai and Nikolai, 1 and 2, to the talk show corner, and Julia. Let's get you wired. If you have any questions, we have Andrea. She'll be everyone is wired now. I think so. Awesome. So welcome everyone to our second talk show of today. And I'm here with 4 amazing guests. So next to me is Julia. Julia is a front-end developer at Umbraco and great at cooking food, but also criticizing her own food.
That's true, before it is served.
Before it's served. Then we have Andy, who just had his session. And Andy, well, he actually won a TV show when he was 17 and won a trip to the US for the very first time ever.
You never said.
That's my fun fact. I've been using this for years.
And now we have Nikolai 1 and 2. So this is Nikolai 2, and that's Nikolai 1.
Yep.
And they're both developers on the CMS team. Nikolai 1 loves traditional folk music.
That would be me.
Yep.
And Nikolai 2 is learning Japanese.
Yep.
Awesome. So we have a couple of questions for you prepared a bit, but we're very much looking forward to answering your questions as well. So we have Julia, also from our organizing team, with the microphone. So if you have anything you'd like to ask the Umbraco team, then she will run over to you, and you can ask your question. So. The first one actually is about the Oktoberfest. How do you suggest I contribute to Umbraco and earn some amazing swag during the Oktoberfest?
Well, if you ask me, I don't know if you've seen the video, but I just did a big video on the whole playwright tests. So acceptance tests would be a good place to start at least. I would really love it. Yeah.
They're even fun to write.
They're really fun to write, so please.
But also I see Sebastian is here. He just wrote a blog post this Monday about all of the different ways you can contribute. And I think one of what I think is really, really cool things is that it's not just code you can contribute with, but also, like you said, low code, no code contributions. Both the updating the documentation and also just something as checking is it formulated correctly and is it spelling right, but also hosting your meetups and stuff like that also counts, if I remember right. And I think I get a nod to that. It does, and I think that's really cool. So organize a meetup, go and have some fun. Then you have a great evening, and you might get a T-shirt, or you will if you do 2 contributions. So I think that's really cool.
Okay, cool. Well, let's do this then.
Yeah.
So there was this talk about acceptance tests at the Code Garden.
Yeah.
But how much of the code base is actually tested, and what are your plans for more testing?
Well, we don't really have a number, but not enough. So we just switched to Playwright, and we're really doing a lot of initiatives, like hopefully people will contribute to Oktoberfest to write some tests. And we've hired a QA intern who writes a lot of acceptance tests as well. So we're really trying to get it out there and get those numbers up.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it's relevant to remember as well that it's not only the coverage percentage is nice to have, but it doesn't really tell the whole story. It's also about how many different use cases have you covered and stuff like that. So just because some code is hit does not mean it's fully tested. But yeah, I think the simple answer is it's not enough, and we'd like to have more. So. Yeah.
What is the current coverage percentage?
We don't know.
Oh.
That's the honest answer. We actually don't know.
Have a number.
I remember Bjarke, the team lead, did some cycle hack a while ago, trying to figure it out, but I don't really remember the number.
I think it was around 50.
Yeah, and that was back in the early V9 days.
Yeah.
So something a lot of has happened since, but
We've also gotten a lot more acceptance tests. I think we've doubled the number since I started at least.
When I started, I think there was 20, and now we have 100 and something. Yeah. So it's going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Well, that's positive news.
Yeah, that's.
But we would love to have over 1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
So Julia, I have a question for you. With the new back office on its way, how should I implement the UI in a potential new package?
So, with the recent release candidate 10.3, the UI library, Umbraco UI library, is now part of the back office. So the short answer would be just use that to build your new package. All these elements, they will work in AngularJS, and then they will work in new back office too. That's because these are web components and they are based on browser APIs. So this is pretty cool. And also, UI library is also a great place to contribute for Hacktoberfest if you're into front end. And it would be great if some of you did that and go play with it, try it out, open issues, make contributions, and just play and learn, I think.
Yeah. I think it's important to remember as well that contributions is not just code, but also just participate. You know, try things out, raise issues. That means a lot to us, because if you don't know there is an issue, then we can't solve it. So
exactly. One more thing about UI library, that is also semantically versioned, and the components you get in the back office, they are in version 1, which means they are stable, and we will not break them until we get to version 2. Hopefully, maybe they will be good enough that they will never get to version 2. No, probably not, but they will be semantically versioned, so it will also, I think, follow the UI library that will be in the back office will also follow semantic version of back office. So your packages are safe when it comes to that, and it's not going to be breaking without earlier notice.
Yeah, yeah, that's true, because that's been an issue in the past, hasn't it? When some innocuous bit of CSS changes in the back office and packages that relied on that break. You know, some bits of code you can be very clear about what's obsolete and what's safe to use, but CSS is CSS, isn't it? So currently we can't really safely change any CSS, but with this new approach, things will be more componentized and we can have more control over it.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, before I ask my next question, looking into the light, does any of you perhaps have a question you'd like to ask the panel? I can't really. Yes.
Let's say you've built the best Umbraco package in the world and called it your marketing suite. You are really afraid of Umbraco 13 because the UI is going to change totally. What would you recommend for those developers?
So what I would recommend is, first of all, the thing I said before, just start playing around with UI library, get familiar with it. There's more than a year until version 13 is here, so it's quite a lot of time. So I think the best part to start is to just get familiar with it, and then you can start swapping some components for UI library, because they will work in AngularJS. You will have to do a little bit of rewriting, but some part of your markup will be ready for migration. So start, play around, test, open issues, and
yeah, we will. And is it easy to extend the UI library with some components of yourself?
Yes, it actually is quite easy. All of the components that are in UI library, you can take and extend and build on top of them. They are class-based, so all you need to do is import the class of a particular component, then extend it and build on top of it. So you can take a button, or I don't even remember what we have there. There are plenty of those components, but it's quite easy to add some functionality to it. I did it a couple of times in Cloud Portal, which is also getting rebuilt with UI library. So this is another nice thing about UI library, that you can just take it, extend it, and build on top of whatever it is there.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
There was another question here.
And there.
Can I also ask questions about Umbraco Hardcore? Because it's mostly people from the CMS department.
You can try.
You can try.
You can certainly try.
We don't promise any answers, but
Maybe you can relay my question if you can.
I might have to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. My question is about how are you going on with the GitHub issue list from Hardcore? You changed it from the cloud version to a Hardcore specific issue list, but this issue list, there are issues in there that are 3 months in there. There are no replies in there. I've asked like half a year ago if there are any release notes for all the Hardcore versions. I got a reply that it was in the current sprint. It's half a year ago. We get awesome updates on Hardcore, but I have no clue what's going on because there are no release notes. Can you tell me anything about how invested you are with the community and Hardcore at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer the specific question about release notes, but I mean, there's certainly that investment with the community. So as I mentioned, there's a community team now that's part of the headless team, working with the HQ people to make sure that, the things that are prioritized are the right things. We have a team now of 4 full-time people, I think, on Hardcore. Yeah. So that's double what it was 6 months ago, I think. So yeah, it's definitely a big focus for us. In terms of issue trackers, we do have now issue trackers for each product, and that's often the case that things will appear on one issue tracker because the person's found the issue and put it there, but actually it makes more sense on a different one. So sometimes things move to the deploy tracker, some things move to the Hardcore one. I see movement on that. I see issues getting closed. It sounds like you've got a few there at least that you haven't seen traction on. I guess I would also suggest potentially bring it up through your partner, if your partner manager, if you are our partner. That's one way certainly things get prioritized because they come through a different channel then, and we get told that needs to be the focus. And obviously through Umbraco support, it's another way. The more things get heard through Umbraco support, they get fed through to the teams as well. So yeah, I can't answer specifics about release notes or particular issues, but I think it's safe to say there is a big investment in Hardcore at the moment. And it's,
good to know. Thank you very much.
Well, I think there was another question in the back.
Yeah, going back to the UI components, will there be a migration guide from you're using this directive or component now in AngularJS and it's being named like that in the new UI component library? Because that will help package developers and people customizing the backend doing it faster, because then you can maybe search in the storybook on the old component name and end up on the new component. Otherwise, you all have to search how is it called now. And
I'm not sure if some sort of a map of old to new is what we are looking for, or is what we are gonna provide. It's definitely a nice idea. What I can say is that the UI library handles only presentation, so there is no business logic in there that will live in the new back office, if that helps in any way. So
it's more like I'm using some kind of component now in Angular that's called, for example, the oomph table, how it's called in the new one. So that makes it easier for me to see which the new component is, and I can replace it then. I think it can maybe easily done by just putting it in the storybook that you can look on the old component name and find the new one.
I think the current answer is like we weren't on that far that we have these thoughts yet, but I think it's a really, really good idea and definitely something we'll bring back and talk to the front-end team about, because I think that's a brilliant idea. just to smoothen the transition over, so you know what to replace it with. Yeah, I think that's.
But also, as you all know, definitely the old front end is kind of like a big ball of.
I would call it spaghetti code.
Spaghetti, yes. So the new one, we are not taking the old one as a pattern to follow in the new one. So I'm not sure if it will actually be possible to construct something like that.
I think it'll depend on the component, won't it?
Yes.
As you say, there probably are ones that just like the toggle component, I imagine, is fairly similar in terms of what it does. But there are definitely ones at the moment that have too much business logic in them, and that's why it's been a strict separation between presentation and the business logic in the back office. So there it won't be quite a one-to-one, but I'm sure there are some where it would make sense.
The simple ones. I'm pretty sure the button will will remain the button, and the table will remain a table, but they might be different. That's why we really encourage you to explore a bit, and also if you're missing any functionality in components, then just open an issue and let us know.
Thanks.
Andy, so I have a question for you. So how can you be sure that you can use .NET 7 in Umbraco version 11 when .NET 7 hasn't been released yet?
Okay, I should probably pass over to the Nikolai for detail on this. But in short, it's previews and release candidates. It's the same reason we put out Umbraco major releases as release candidates 6 weeks or more before the actual launch. Microsoft do the same with .NET. So we've been able to play with .NET 7 in preview for quite some time. And I mean, you found a potentially quite interesting.
And that's the thing. It doesn't always work. Like this time around, we updated to the .NET 7 preview, and we're like, okay, cool. I'll try and make some content. And then I reached to render it on the front end, and everything just exploded. And we're like, that's not good. But yeah, just like I imagine, as a package developer, you're hit by breaking changes. So are we from Microsoft. And this time around, they'd made a weird breaking change that you would think this would never affect anyone, but it affected us because it broke our in-memory auto models build. And so I had the pleasure of spending, I think, 2 weeks trying to figure out how the whole Razor View engine worked and hacking in some new stuff, and now it works again. So I think the answer is it doesn't always work. So yeah.
But that's why we do extensive testing, both automatic and also manual, and hopefully, by using the previews and testing it out and finding these issues and fixing them, we can stay on top of it.
Yeah, and why we also try to release our release candidates for new major versions in good time, I think, just to have people test them out in real-world scenarios, because it's no secret that though I'm not going to set up a huge site in Umbraco when I'm testing it, we don't have those kind of resources, so it helps so much that people try it out and upgrade on their own side and say, okay, we have these issues, and that's really what makes it possible to do a major release that works.
So adding to that, when the version 11 is to be released soon, but with version 10 having long-term support, which version would you create a new project on?
Well,
it depends.
The answer is always it depends, right? I mean, from my perspective, I really would love to have people always on the latest major, but I also see cases where it just makes sense to be on long-term vision, right? So it's always, it depends.
Yeah, it's really like, it's a question of what do you really want? Do you want the latest cool new features and performance improvements from .NET, which I think has a lot of value, or do you want kind of the reassurance and stability of having a long-term support and knowing that, okay, this will work for this period of time? So yeah, I think the answer is it depends.
I think it does. I think it also depends on the sort of type of projects and type of team you have on the project. You know, if you have a permanent team and you're expected to be permanently adding new features to a particular project, as well as adding those new features, those people can be keeping on top of the releases and the testing and the upgrades. However, if it's more of a project where you have 2 months to build a site and then it's kind of done and you're not going to do anything on it unless the client asks for it, then that might make more sense to be on the long-term support. So it's going to be easier for you to apply patches and you won't be forced to migrate onto a new version for a long period of time.
Yeah. But
That makes sense.
I think it's also important to remember that it's not necessarily, I want to say, free to stay on the LTS, because of course if you're going from version 10 to version 13, there will be a lot more breaking changes than if you go from 10 to 11, 12, and then, so if you are always on the latest one, you can kind of spread the pain, or what you want to say, the workload of migrating out over a longer period. But that also, again, like Andy, I think said, depends a lot on what kind of team do we have, what kind of overhead is there doing a migration to a new version. So yeah, if you have a lot of overhead starting this kind of project up, yeah, it might make more sense to wait for the next LTS. Otherwise, I think it might make sense to be on the latest version.
And to continue that, Julia, with Umbraco 13 being released on December 2023, with the new back office using web components, how would you advise to deal with that? So how can someone make that transition as easy as possible when upgrading clients that now start on version 10?
So, yes, first of all, just give it a try with the UI library. That's the entry point. That's the same stack that new back office will be built with. I think I pretty much said everything already.
I also think for client project, it very much depends on what sort of back office extensions do you have, what sort of packages do you use, all of these things you have to take into consideration. Because in theory, if you used, I know that it's unlikely, but a completely vanilla Umbraco install, there shouldn't be that much for you to do because it's largely back office changes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you don't have any extensions.
But also, the new back office, the repository is public. It's on our GitHub. It's working. It's also working branches is hosted online, so you can go and see it. You can follow the work we're doing on it. There will be a contribution guide to it too. So I think because there will be a learning curve, there's no way around it. It's different than AngularJS. It's different than the old back office. So I think the best advice for at least this year is just get familiar with what it is and how it is built. From what is already there out, you can see the fundamentals. For example, how you can extend it, how you would register new elements, how you would write custom elements, and so on. So there will be more coming in this department soon, I think, also from the community team working on the new back office. There will be contribution guide. So I'm sorry if it sounds a little bit generic, just get familiar with it, but I really think that's the best.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely recognize that for some packages and for some projects, this is going to be a big transition. Yeah. I mean, I see it similar in a way to the move to .NET Core, in the sense that, that was a big change for a lot of developers, a lot of package developers. But we were able to, release early versions, do everything in the open. It was an 18-month project. There were all sorts of blog posts and things like that. I see this as a similar thing, really. It's absolutely going to be a big job. It's a big job for us, as I said. I'm a bit daunted by updating forms and deploy and workflow. We've got a lot of client-side code within Umbraco we've got to deal with. So I guess the good thing is we will feel the pain as well. So the more we can do to help with that, the more things we can run into and fix before other people need to get into, the more we can put out in terms of information of these are the things we ran into and these is how we solved them, then similar to what we did with .NET Core, we can hopefully do the same with this.
We are also kind of testing that ourselves in the cloud portal, for example. That's exactly what I do. I migrate it piece by piece to the new UI library and to the new front-end stack. So, well, it is inevitable, but I guess thanks to what we chose and thanks to web components as a technology of choice, this might hopefully be the last. or at least, no, that's probably too much to say, but for quite a long time,
see you
you won't have to do it again.
See you here in 10 years' time.
10 years, it's like... 10 years, it's like, what, a millennium. It's a really long time in this...
on Stencil?
Sorry?
The UI library.
Stencil. No, that's not what we are using. So as a web components helper, we are using Glit. At 4, I will tell you more about web components in Umbraco, but we are using Glit. It's very small, dependency-free. So we are trying to keep it minimal and keep external libraries to the absolute minimum. Yes.
So the community has also learned it. To learn it.
I can't hear
if you. If you contribute to that, then you have also learned that language.
Okay. If you contribute, you also get to learn.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. Question. This was all for the backend, but can you also use that UI library for your own website?
For your own things? For your own
website?
For your website,
yes.
For the public.
So the good thing about UI library is that it's product agnostic, so it doesn't really know anything about back office, it doesn't know anything about Umbraco. It's pure presentation. You take component, you pass the data to it, and then the data is displayed, and when the data changes, the component is updated. So you can just install it via npm and pull it from CDN
and also use it in...
And use it wherever you want.
Yes.
So that's a really good entry point to learn how it's going to look like in the future.
Any other questions from the audience?
Andy, in your talk, you mentioned licensing as a service. Is that going to be a paid service, or is that not known yet?
Sorry, a big service? You said?
Paid licensing.
Paid service. No, that's not decided yet. The thinking is, first of all, to get it working for ourselves, but then potentially make it available to technical partners. So I think that would be likely the way it would go. So I guess it's paid in a sense because people pay to be technical partners. But yeah, that was the thinking to do it that way. But none of that's decided yet. We need to get the thing working, use it ourselves, release it first on one of our projects, and just make sure everything's working as it should, and it does what we need to do, and then make it available. It just seems a logical thing to do. As I said, both for individual package developers having to solve this themselves, and also to be able to kind of present it in the back office. So there's a section for your licenses and your licensed products, and you can see them all within there. But yeah, the details of who gets access and when and how we haven't worked out yet.
Anyone else from the audience with the question? I have one question actually for all of you. Well, I'll just start with you, Julia. What do you think is the killer feature of the Umbraco CMS?
So I would say, in general, the possibility to extend it and do like anything you want with it, and it being open source. That's the thing that is the most killer feature. And another killer feature is you, the community. This is absolutely amazing and unique thing. And it's a great pleasure to work for a company that is backed by all these lovely people.
Mm-hmm. I think you stole the two best answers.
Sorry.
I mean, I would say I think one of the things I see from people that build Umbraco sites is the effort that goes into making the editor experience good. I've worked across a number of CMSs and a number of projects, and I didn't always see that in other cases. But it does seem to me within both the way the Umbraco back office can be extended, which is kind of what Julia was saying, but also the fact that the people who develop Umbraco sites make the effort to do that. I think that's one of the things that makes it stand out. You know, a really good Umbraco installation is really a delight to use from an editor's experience, and that's certainly not always the case.
And I think it's also so impressive to see what people are doing with the CMS. You know, just seeing Corney's talk, where it's like, oh, you can make a Discord bot using Umbraco. It's like, geez, I had never thought you could do that, but that's so incredibly cool. And in the end, I guess it's content, but you don't think about it, so you can do so much with it, and then there's so much freedom, and I think that's really cool.
And I guess for me, in the spirit of Marie's talk earlier, I think it's lovely that we also have an accessibility team that actually considers all these things she talks about, which is nice.
And is there a feature that is not on the roadmap just yet, but you would love to see on there like anytime soon? Like anything you can think of, like, oh, we need this, but we don't have time, or it's too big, or if we only...
Well, there's one that came up. I had a conversation with someone earlier about this, and it's something we've thought about and looked at in Cycle Hacks, but not really got any further. But a way of separating out the Umbraco database a bit. So, for example, being able to have members in a separate database, being able to have forms in a separate database. That's pretty useful for when you want to pull content locally, pull a database locally. You don't want to be bringing down the personal information of people who have submitted forms and filled in member registrations. So that's something that's quite difficult to do at the minute. I don't think it's on a roadmap, but it gets talked about, so that's one thing I would like to see we do.
So how about you all, the audience? Is there any feature that you think that, well, we should put on the list, create an issue for it?
It's really perfect
Yeah,
as
no,
it is.
that's great. Perfect. Let's go home, take a long vacation.
People are happy. So do you have any other questions for the panel? All right. Would you like to add something else? I'm out of a question as well. Is there something you'd like to share with the audience? Maybe a shameless plug on a future hackathon. Well, we already have a Hacktoberfest, or another cool event that we should not miss, or anything else you would like to share?
I'm not a big sharer.
I can just say that if you have any questions about UI library or the front-end part, then just catch me here, and I will explain, and I will do my best to start you up with this new stuff.
Yeah. Also, you will be giving a talk at 4 o'clock here at the main stage. Stomerij. So make sure not to miss that either. Then I think that this is like the ending of our talk show. Thank you very much for your time. Very much looking forward to the new features. And we have a short break now. We have a coffee break, and I'll see you hopefully later here at the main stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
almost there. And hello, we are here with Rachel. Rachel Breeze. She is a senior developer at Nexer Digital. And today, Rachel will explore ways of avoiding assumptions with stakeholders and how we can use user stories more effectively. Very curious about this one.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Oh, thank you all for being here. This is actually, I have a confession to make. This is my first in-person conference, so thank you all for being here. I'm going to talk today about the forgotten users of a CMS. And in this talk, we're going to explore users who may have been missed from requirements due to assumptions. For example, we often fail to capture assumed requirements, like the developer knows what they're doing. No, that's wrong. Like the developer requirements, security, and content editor needs. All developers know what they're doing. That was a missing comma in my slide deck. My name is Rachel Breeze. I work for Nexer Digital. We're the UX division of Nexer and lead on accessibility. I'm a 3 times Umbraco MVP, and I enjoy scuba diving. That's actually a picture of me with Shergar at Cape and Ray. Yes, he lives on in the UK. Generally, when we develop a website, we start off with a list of requirements. This is a list of very high-level requirements for a shopping site. We'll list products, add products to the basket, and so on. And behind each of these requirements, there'll be a whole list of descriptions of the tasks for that. And we also have to include things like branding and accessibility and all our different environments. So that's one approach to gathering requirements. But what if we think about, rather than thinking about user stories or requirements, what if we look at the various touch points users will have with the website or application we're building? Chris Bush, our head of experience design, has a great analogy for touch points. Imagine a user who wants to go away on holiday. So on the left is the user, and on the right is the plane taking them away on holiday. They're going to do a search on your site, do a website search, sorry. Then they'll come to your website, maybe make a phone call about a holiday they like, check some information about where they're thinking of going, maybe have some emails that go back and forth. Then they'll come back to the website, book the holiday, and then some more emails are sent. So each part of that journey or service, our touch points are where they've done the search and come to your website, where they've made the phone calls and where the emails have gone. Those are all touch points with your site and with your service. So let's explore how touch points could help with our website that we're building and help them make them more robust and secure. So what are the first time someone will interact with any part of your website? So they'll come through a letter maybe. You've sent an appointment letter, so they're going to a doctor's website or to a mortgage broker. They've got a link in the footer of the corporate email. Through social media or through a search engine or a recommendation. But then CMS user is going to be one of the first people to touch your website. And if you go back further, you've got the client who's doing the testing. You've got your quality assurance team who are also testing. So those are first touch points. A developer. As developers, we're the first people to touch any Umbraco site, assuming it's greenfield. We're the first ones to touch the site. There's a data analyst who'll be accessing the site. There'll be a hacker. And then you've got design, research, and people with the idea of the website who, at various points, will be coming to the site and checking it out. So when you step back, you realize that the website or application you're building is part of a whole ecosystem, and that developers, users, hackers, content editors, we all swim alongside one another in that service. And in this talk, we're going to explore how to adapt the concept of touch points and extend them to support the ecosystem, not just the website functionality. I'm going to touch on 4 touch points that I think get missed from requirements. Developer requirements, the content user, referral touch points, so the letter, the link in the footer of the email and so on, and the hacker. So we're going to assume that the normal requirement gathering and design has been done, so the normal processes that you're product owner or your BA go through. And they've also involved you in those normal processes. So after that, the first people who interact with the website will be developers. So let's look at some of the user stories you write for them. I do recognize some of the things we'll discuss will extend beyond the project that you're working on, but the start of any project is a good place to review your approach to these things. Yes, it's slide 10, and I've gone there. Coding standards. Everyone agrees that coding standards are great. They help improve readability of code, and they ensure consistency of approach, and there's a whole bunch of reasons to do coding standards. And there's a whole list of things that you could put in your coding standards, and this isn't the complete list. But don't worry, this isn't going to be a talk on coding standards, and I'm not going to stand here and say you must do this thing and not that thing. What I want us to look at is how we can use coding standards to either help or hinder our team, how we can empower our team members to be productive developers. And this is particularly important for people who have access needs. So before I give those examples, let's think about coding standards. There are coding standards that we need to follow, like industry standards, so WCAG 2.1, ATAG 2, so that's the accessibility standards for front ends and content management systems. And there might be some more industry-specific ones you have to follow, for example, for the financial authorities in the UK. And there are coding standards you might want to follow or could follow. So Google and Microsoft, to name but a few, have done a lot of work around coding standards. So let's adopt them, right? They've done all the thinking for us. And that makes it easy when we adopt them to transfer skills. So people who use the same standards, when we move between companies, between teams, we can get up and running quicker because we recognize the patterns in the software. So that's a good reason to do them. But no, don't do them when they don't help your team. And I want to show a couple of coding standards that can help or hinder your team. So one of the coding standards we're all aware of is the uppercase constants. That is hello world in the top, where it's hello_world. That's how we regularly see constants. Less regularly are the camel case and the sentence case at the bottom. And you can see reading through that you probably find it easier reading the camel case, the second one up from the bottom. And the reason we find it easier is we recognize patterns and shapes of words when we read. And we use that to help decode our reading. And it's easier to decode something that's in sentence or camel case than in uppercase. And for people with dyslexia, they can find decoding of words harder, especially uppercase. So in this example, I'm using a simulator. And it's important to say in this simulator, it's made up of different people's experiences. And as Marie said this morning, not everyone's experience is the same. Not everyone with dyslexia will experience it like this. Some people may not see letters that jump around, they might just see letters rotated. But if we want to make it easier for people in our team to concentrate on developing rather than concentrate on reading code, then maybe we should consider sentence or camel case constants rather than uppercase. Next up, I want to talk about tabs or spaces. Yes, I've gone there as well. Ooh, it's a thorny issue, I know. And I'm not going to say you tabs or spaces. I'm going to use these next 3 or 4 slides to persuade you to use tabs. So I was worried today about being able to plug into sound. So I've had to, for the screen reader demo I'm going to do, I've downloaded NVDA and I've switched on Speech Viewer, which you can find if you right mouse on NVDA and you go to Tools and Speech Viewer. And what Speech Viewer does is it plays back everything the person who's using a screen reader can hear. So it means you can use the screen reader in the office without anyone hearing it and without using your headphones. So in this example, I'm going through the code and I'm just going down the lines and then I'm going across to the app. And there's nothing, hopefully you can see there's a big gap between where I've gone to the line and where the A is shown. Don't worry at the back if you can't see it. There's another slide to come, but hopefully you can see that big gap. And here's the slide that shows that for the people at the back of the room. So at the top, we've got where I saw the line first, And then further down, we've got where we came to the A in the word app. All the way down to that A, as a screen reader user, I've heard the word space. So in this example, I've heard space 12 times. Now, screen reader users, if you watch someone using a screen reader, they fly through. But even so, hearing the word space 12 times, it's a bit boring, a bit repetitive, and not very productive. If we change to using tabs, in this example, I've heard the word tab 4 times. So you can all hopefully see the difference between using space and tab in your code and how that can help someone using a screen reader. Sorry. So, there was a great tweet by Rich Harris as well about tabs or spaces. He said Till Prettier is considering making tabs the default in 3. And it was in response to this comment from Marco. Marco says, every space on a Braille uses 1 Braille cell. And in the default indentation of a project is 4 spaces per level. A 3rd level indentation uses 12 Braille cells before code starts. So on a 40-cell display, which is the most commonly used with notebooks, this is more than a quarter of available cells with no information. Whereas if each indentation level was represented by only 1 tab character, there would only be 3 cells occupied before the code would start in the 4th cell. And what I've done is, this is an Excel spreadsheet with 40 columns in it, showing the impact of spaces over tabs. So hopefully, that's the end of the tabs v spaces argument. You're all going to go away and use tabs. So that is how we can use coding standards to help our team members. But there's more coding standards we can use to help people. As a front-end developer on a headless site, I want to understand the API so that I can use it. So this means, as a team, we need to go away, look at the requirements, and define our headless API. And it's important to do this so everyone knows what the endpoints are, they know what the parameters are, what the methods are called, and there's less confusion. It allows everyone to develop and do testing of their own code whilst the APIs are being built. And the next important thing is to agree how error handling is performed. There's no point as a back-end developer throwing out an error code if all the front-end developer is going to do is ignore it. What's the point? And it's nothing more frustration as an end user of that application clicking something and nothing happening because of the error. So we need to, there's loads of reasons to define APIs, but I think those are 2 of the important ones. And once we've agreed as a team how we're going to build our API, we need to document the approach, we need to ensure parameters are passed consistently, and we need to use Swagger with XML comments. So, what I mean by parameters are passed consistently, we can kind of get away with not doing it consistently in C#. You can swap your parameters around in C#, kind of, because of IntelliSense. But on the front end, there might not be IntelliSense. So as a front-end developer, I might assume in this case that I always pass in product ID and quantity, but further down the line, if I pass in product ID and quantity into the second routine in that order, I could end up ordering 2,000 of a product rather than 1 for a product with the ID 2000. So it's important that our parameters are passed consistently. And what do I mean with Swagger with comments? Comment your code. I know that this is another tenuous place that I've gone, but if we comment our code like this and we say what everything's going on with our code is, when we set this flag in our CS proj, generate documentation file to true, when you do the build, you get this XML output that says everything that's going on in your code. So you've got all the comments in your code. Then, when you do your Swagger instantiation, if you say include comments, include XML comments, it will read in that XML file. And if you say include controller XML comments as well, your Swagger documentation becomes something that everyone can read, that front-end developers can use to understand what's going on in the controller. And that's important because then everyone knows what's going on. And the benefit of documenting your code if you're a C# developer is that it all comes through on the IntelliSense. So that's the benefit of putting it in your routines. So as you go through, you'll start to see, as you go through this process of looking at how you can support one another, you can come up with overlapping requirements. So as a developer starting on an existing project, I want to know how to configure the development environment so I can hit the ground running. As an existing developer on the project, I don't want to be the project's equivalent of Google, which means write a good guide on how to get started with the project, maintain the guide, and test the guide regularly. There's no point saying pull down a Docker file if no one uses the Docker file, for example. So maintain those comments. Also, don't be the person that doesn't want to help anyone. So next up, I want to talk about CMS users. And I think personally, and I'm probably biased, Umbraco is one of the best, if not the best editor experiences for the CMS. But that doesn't mean there's some things we need to explore with our CMS users. And one of the things we want to test at the start of a project, because it impacts our approach, is the story, as a content author, I want to review my content before I publish it so that I can confirm it is as expected. So to test this, we say, Umbraco's got preview functionality, and you can test it in all these different views, desktop, laptop, tablet, and so on. Is that enough for you as a content author? It might not be. It might be. If it's not enough, do they want a preview site? So they can test all their content in situ, how it will look in the different searches and on your site before it goes up to the live site. In that case, if they want to do that, you might be looking at using Umbraco Cloud or Umbraco Deploy to push the content up. Or you could be looking at something like USync. This is from Jumo, and it's Kevin Jump's code, and it will push the content up and down, just like Deploy. Another story you might want to test is, as a content author, I want to see the pages I've worked on so that I can manage my tasks. So Umbraco, the dashboard project, will pull out all the recent activities on your project. It'll tell you your own activity, unpublished content, and so on. Is that enough? Umbraco's got some workflow. Is that enough? Or do you want to look at a workflow that lets you publish, that lets different people with specialist knowledge know what's going on in the project and lets them do the final push? That might be particularly important for legal or charities or banking or something like that. You might need a more enhanced workflow. So do check that with your users as well. So another story you might find is, as a content author, I want to create accessible content so that use of assistive technology can use the website. Assistive technology can mean anything from using Zoom, which is not the same as responsive. It's actually going into the browser and clicking the Zoom button. So that's one way of using it. And on the screen, there's a Braille reader. I've got mouse, different types of mice on there. There's a headless tracker, a headless mouse as well, and a screen reader. So I want to say that the creating accessible content is a partnership between the content authoring tool, so in this case Umbraco, the developers of Umbraco, both front and back office developers, and the content authors. We're all responsible for helping create accessible content. And I just want to say that the accessibility team are currently exploring how to improve the content authoring experience so that content authors can be empowered to create and maintain more accessible content. So we're living in a world, as Andy said, where we're moving to a digital experience platform. And one story is, as an administrator of a DXP, I want to find issues with integration so that I can resolve them. So in Umbraco, we can use health checks to find out, to plug into the different systems. So on this screenshot, I've highlighted Dynamics, which is a CRM, and IMC, which is a learning management system, whether we've got integrations into those. And you could use health checks to check them. But there might be more things that you need to check. For example, in the learning management system or in Dynamics, you might have an ID that you've just captured in Umbraco. So, for example, the member might have the contact ID from Dynamics in it. So you might need to test the IDs. So then you need to think about how you tell and who you tell when that ID has been deleted, what the impact is on your site, particularly if it breaks your site. So this is a dream scenario now. As a developer, I want to see issues with user interactions in the back office so I can resolve them. So at Nexa, we use Microsoft Clarity to track user interactions on the website. What if it was possible to inject this information into the back office to find things like rage clicks in the back office and on the front end? Have we covered all user stories? Have we considered all users of the Umbraco back office? So the Umbraco back office out the box comes with a number of predefined user groups, and I think these are suitable for many environments, particularly in this case where you've got Umbraco and Umbraco Forms installed. And because these are here, as developers, we may not ask what types of users are entering content or what they want out of Umbraco. So there are other users accessing the site, not just those entering content to play to the users. Might be a site product manager who wants a dashboard to tell them about sales, allow them to drill through sales information. There's optimization experts who might want first-hand a dashboard that pulls in GA data. And if we're doing accessibility, we might want details of pages which fail automated accessibility tests. One thing we also might forget is someone reviewing the implementation of Umbraco. So it might be a potential new customer who you want to demo Umbraco to. It might be a competitor who's looking at Umbraco to see what it can offer. So there's real different reasons for why people come to Umbraco, to the back office to look at it. So, and when you look at the stories that could fall out from having different user types or different users, you may need to find you want to rearrange your document types based on their needs. And this isn't available out of the box, hence the cloud around the title. But let me explain what I mean in the next couple of slides. So I'm a content author, and I've created new content. This is using the out the box, one of the sample sites that's available for Umbraco, and I've created new content. If I want to go back and edit it, why not have the content section scrolled up to the top of the screen so that I can just go to where I need to edit? What about if I'm doing SEO? Why not have the SEO tab first? Why do I need the content tab first? So if I'm a different user, I might want a different view. Like I said, it's not out of the box. Matt Wise has created a package, feature flags, that allows you to control that kind of functionality. Reach out to him if you've got any questions about it. Next up, I want to talk about referral touchpoints. There's a whole load that I mentioned before, from letters, emails, social media, and search engines. But I think the biggest issue I have, especially from letters, is the missing link. And these can happen when rebranding a website or renaming or deleting a page, which means that CMS users need to think about things like what the impact of deleting or renaming that page is going to have on redirects, on the SEO, and also about the 404 page. So there are things that Umbraco does out of the box. If you rename a page, it'll keep the previous URL. It comes with redirect URL management, so there's some really good, cool things it does in there. You could also plug in an SEO checker like Suterman software. But you could also, if it's a big rebrand, look at using middleware or the web config in .NET 4.8 to control where your redirects go, or you might not want to rewrite code at all, pass it all back to the content author and say, use a third-party tool like Cloudflare and page rules. So there's various options you need to explore when doing all these things. And finally, the 404 page in itself. Is it enough just to have one 404 page? Umbraco has a 404 page ID you can put in the config. You can pick a 404 page by yourself if you want to define one and set that up. But is just one enough? What if I've gone to a news item and that's deleted? Should I have 404 page content that tells me about the top 10 news items for that area? If it's a job site and the job's been pulled, should I know about other jobs that are similar to it? And finally, hackers. There's lots of stories around hackers. I want to make money. I want to take your site offline because it's a competitor site. And this is one that we see in the UK, I don't know about in the Netherlands, but as a hacker, I want to use a URL redirect from your site, so mine looks like legitimate. This happens particularly around Christmas time when people are trying to hack for packages, out, and they're trying to get the hack to say your package was delivered, but you weren't there. So there's a few stories to think about there. And security should always be taken seriously, but we're not all pen testers. And threats and threat levels should be assessed and reviewed regularly. and sites should regularly be tested by pen testers. So there's ways we can mitigate against that with coding standards and peer reviews as well of our code to protect against hackers. And Umbraco has a trust center where you can get information about threats and fixes to the core CMS. So once pen test has been done and you get the results, you should work through the results and prioritize each one accordingly. And you should fix those issues. But more importantly, I think for me, is the knowledge sharing side. That you update your coding standards and that you share the information around what the issue was and how you fixed it with the rest of the team. This is important to make sure that you don't keep getting the same issues coming back, but from different teams. There's ways as well for free. So pen testing can be quite expensive. There's some things we can do to help ourselves. So we can set up dependable alerts through the security center and GitHub. If you're using GitHub, it'll regularly scan your dependencies, so your package config and your package JSON, find issues with it. And this is a screenshot from GitHub. This isn't from one of our repos. And this is another screenshot from a blog where it shows what you get, the information you get when you click through, and how to fix it, and the severity level, and anything you need to feed back to your security team. And finally, look at the Open Web Application Security Project, OWASP. It's a non-profit foundation that works to improve the security of software. It's got a top 10 list of issues and guidance for fixing those issues, and it reviews the issues every 2 or 3 years. They've got a tool called ZAP, which is screenshotted, which you can run locally to find vulnerabilities in your code. And I understand, but I haven't tried, that you can run ZAP through Azure pipelines. So in summary, a website or application is part of a service. Review all the touch points with the website or application to ensure that all users are covered in your requirements. Consider the reasons why people are visiting your site, including the nefarious ones. Discuss with content authors what they want from the CMS. Don't forget 404's developers, CMS users, and hackers from your stories. And most importantly, accessibility and inclusion is far more than just the front end of the website. It's for CMS users and developers. So thank you.
Great talk, Rachel.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So I see a pattern here in today's conference so far. I hear accessibility a lot, like a lot. So thank you. Learned a lot.
Thank you.
So let's get ready for the last talk of today before we enter the closing keynote. Julia, when you're ready, let's get your laptop connected.
Let's get...
talk about web components. So today, Julia will explore the fundamentals and how to use them effectively at Umbraco. She touched upon it during the talk show just briefly, and I hope she'll explain a bit more now. So when you're ready, Julia, take it away.
All right. So, my name is Julia. My surname only makes sense for Polish people, I think. Julia Gruszczyńska. I'm a front-end developer in Umbraco Cloud team. And before that, I was developing the UI library. And today, I hope to be your guide into the world of web components in Umbraco. I hope this talk will be a nice introduction to technologies and APIs that make web component possible and to how and where we use them in Umbraco. So I joined in January 2021, and that was a year before this happened, before Microsoft Edge switched to Chromium as a browser engine. And why am I even talking about that? That's because since then, we have web components in every modern browser, and that's a great moment to start a career in web development. So up until that moment, it took 10 years to mature that standard, and during these years, we saw many front-end frameworks rising, and some of them happily dying. And meanwhile, especially in the last 2 years, web components made their way into the tech stacks, front-end tech stacks of quite a lot of companies. We have web components in YouTube. We have web components in DevTools. They are actually migrated into web components. So your DevTools are web components. We have Photoshop in the browser that has its interface as web components. I'm not paying for a subscription, so you just get this screen with Danish, like, pay me now message. And there's also this thing that you might know that's also web components. It's called Wordle. It's a really nice game, and the developer of it sold it for more than $1 million. Which is quite impressive, but it's a good game. So many of these companies, like Adobe, for example, they build their design systems and their UI libraries in with web components. We have such a thing in Umbraco too. Here is we have UI library. This is now out in version 1. It is now out in the back office, which is great, and that's not the only place where we have web components now. We also have this awesome thing, a custom grid editor in hardcore. This is a really cool feature. We have Cloud Portal that is being rewritten into web components. So we are getting rid of AngularJS everywhere we can. And of course, there's the new back office, the one that all are waiting for. And web components are also a fundament of that. So this is the new version. We can log in, and the beginning is there. So you can go check out the repository. There are links to the app hosted online. So why in Umbraco we chose to go with web components? Well, one reason is that our CTO absolutely loves it, but that's not the only reason. No, by no means. So the big advantage of choosing it, it's the interoperability. So web components, they work with every front-end framework except React. They also work with React, but it requires some extra steps. But everything except that, it works. AngularJS, Vue, you name it, it works. No framework, it also works. And because of that reason, it's a good bridge between different technologies. And also, that's also why big companies like them so much. They also have a lot of legacy stuff, so it makes sense to build your design system in something that works with everything. We chose it for cloud portal migration because it allowed us to migrate it step by step, not as a big chunk, but piece by piece, which is way more manageable. If we would like to go with some closed system like Vue or you name it, that would not be possible. We would have to take the big approach, or if we would like not to do that, then we would have to use web components anyway. So by not committing to any closed system, you can build an application with web components that is made of smaller parts that you can actually change on the way. It's way more flexible. And in that sense, because it's also based on web standards and on web APIs that live in the browser, it's also a nice future-proof way, because the fundamentals of this, they are here to stay. They will be in the browser for a really long time, I hope. So why they are cool? Because they are interoperable and because they are standard-based, they work everywhere. So what makes it possible to do so? It's a set of APIs. First one, it's called Custom Elements API, and that's the one that allows us to create custom-made our own HTML elements. And what do we have to do to make our own HTML element? Well, we need two things. We need the name for it, the most important thing in programming, a good name, and some class in JavaScript where we're going to put some logic. So the tag name, it's a good practice to make it 2 words with a hyphen, because the native elements are only 1 word, and you don't want to have 2 inputs registered in your browser, because it's going to go crazy. One of that word can be a unique prefix. That's a nice tip for package developers. You can figure out a good prefix for your package if you build on top of a UI library. We have UUI. Back office has UMB. And once we figure out the name, we need the class. So now, native elements, they all share some set of properties. They share a common interface. They all have IDs, and we can look for them by this ID with query selector and so on. So it would be a good idea to our custom element to share the same interface and to be able to do this. This is why we're going to extend, our class will extend the HTML element class. So the last thing we have to do to make a custom element, we have to tell the browser that, hey, this tag, when you see this tag, take this class, make an instance of it, and stick it to the DOM. And that's what we do in this line here, custom elements.define. We pass a tag, we pass a class, and now, when a browser sees this, it knows that it has to take this class, create an instance of it, and then connect it where it should be. So we can run some additional logic when that all happens. We have our constructor that's run when the class is created. We have our connected callback, that's what component specific, and that all happens when the element is connected to the DOM. Surprisingly, we have disconnected callback, and that happens when it's disconnected from the DOM. So it might be tempting to do this thing and just take an existing element and extend that, but I have sad news. That's not possible. That's not supported in Safari, so, and it won't be. So don't, unless you want to write everything again from scratch. So no, we don't extend the native elements. And when it comes to native elements, It's actually pretty fascinating how much they can do. So we have this input slider, we can move the slider, we can set the range, the value is stored somewhere. Once we click on it, we get an event we can listen to, and if we remove the type attribute, all of a sudden that's going to be a text box. Yes. So where does this all hide? If you inspect the native input, and that requires toggling a setting in DevTools, you're going to see something called shadow root. And in this shadow root, we have some things, some divs there attached. So we cannot really access those elements. We cannot grab them with query selector. They are hidden from the outside of this element. And this is thanks to another API that makes web components possible and that makes encapsulation possible, and that's called Shadow DOM. So what is this? So to our custom element, we can attach a shadow root, and any element that we're going to place inside this shadow root will be also hidden from the outside world and inaccessible from the rest of the document. The rest of the document might be referred to as light DOM. We can have nested shadow roots too. But the thing is that anything we do in the shadow root is scoped to this shadow root, to this particular shadow DOM tree. For example, we can use IDs there, and we don't have to worry about conflicts with the rest of the document. This is all scoped. Same applies to styles and selectors. So nice thing is that you don't have to write all these complex classes in CSS that you had to do for so long. Now you are just in your small isolated world. You can use IDs, you can use element tags. It's pretty awesome. So no styles can fall in, and also no styles defined in our shadow DOM will impact anything outside. There are few exceptions to this nothing in, nothing out rules. So first of all, we can style our shadow host with a host selector and predefine some styles for our outside element. But what if we actually want to style this div called container, for example, where we can pre-configure our component to be able to do so. So instead of hard-coding some value in it, we can assign it to a CSS custom property, like that. With using this var function, it takes two arguments. One is the name of the custom property, the other one is a fallback value. This fallback value is quite important because if you don't have this custom element dash color defined anywhere, you will unfortunately crash it. So fallback value is important. Then we can define this custom element color property in the root of our document, in the light DOM, on the body, wherever you want, on the parent element. And this will actually cascade down to inside the shadow DOM. So you can create a whole API, styling API, for this with custom properties. This is a button from UI library. It has 10 of those custom properties, and we can style it, we can change the color, we can do quite a lot of things with it. And some of UI library elements, they have a pretty nice feature. Apart from their shadow children, they can have regular children, like this one, for example, has the icon inside. But there is a problem here, because imagine that you're a browser, and where do you render this div? Where does it go? You have this shadow children, and you have this regular div, so Where does it go? Well, we need an extra element to tell the browser where it's supposed to go, and that's slot. So by placing a slot in our Shadow DOM, we have a place to put whatever we put between the tags. You can have named slots. You can have as many of them as you want. I'm not sure if there's a limit, but that's also a nice way to compose elements with each other, because slot is quite powerful. It knows what it has inside. You can access elements through it, so it is quite powerful. So these two things, Shadow DOM and custom elements, these are two APIs that make web components possible, that allow us to create reusable HTML elements with encapsulated styles and logic. But we didn't solve one very important front-end problem. How do we update the DOM? So web components don't provide any mechanism to do that. You can do it manually, but the more your component grows, the harder it's going to get. So in UI library and in new back office, we decided to go with this web components helper. It's called lit. It's a small base class that can do a few things for us. So it has a reactivity mechanism. It's going to update the DOM once we update the values. It's going to attach the shadow root and take care of all the boilerplate vanilla code we have to write. And it has also a really nice declarative templating engine to do our loops, conditional renders, and everything we like. And this is also in the back office. So let's see how we can make a very, very, very simple dashboard that has one task. It just shows the editors. They are all Game of Thrones characters, so I don't know where this instance of back office is running, but maybe it's in Westeros. So this simple dashboard, probably not what you do for production, but that's just for the demo purposes. So let's look at the code. What do we have here? We have our class that now, instead of HTML element, it extends the lit element base class. And on top of that, we have another nice thing that lit gives us. It's a decorator custom element. What that does is this thing. It's just way shorter and way nicer to define our elements this way. That's a TypeScript thing, decorator. It's a way to add some additional behavior to your class or to your class field. So next, in our element, we have some styles. Is it running? Yes, there you go. Not much, just something to display the cards in a nice grid. We can use IDs, we can use element tags for styling, no problem. Then we have another class field called editors, where we're going to store our editors in an array. And this is decorated with this addState decorator. And what that does, along with another one called property, that will make this class field reactive. So whenever we change the value, whenever we reassign this field, this will trigger the update cycle, and our component will re-render the parts that this is used. So next we have a small function to get some data. This doesn't call any back office real backend. It just calls some random internet API because it's not yet connected. The back office, new back office, it's not yet connected to the real back back office. So we have this, and here we assign our data to the editors. Then we can call that when our element is connected to the DOM. We call that, we get the data. And last but not least, we have the render method, where we have some elements from UI library, like for example this card, that we can pass a name to it. And for every, if we have some editors in our editors array, we're going to take it and we're going to use native JavaScript map array method to return a card for each editor in this array. This is all wrapped in this box that also comes from UUI. And that's pretty much all there is that you have to do to make this simple dashboard. It's far from production quality, of course, but it's still, if you take a look at the volume of it, it's not much. And we didn't have to do a lot to style that and to make it work. So this is a nice thing. Thank you very much. I hope it was a nice introduction. I suck at ending my talks. So I think we still have some time for some questions.
Yes, we do. We still.
So if there is any question, I didn't show how you would actually attach this extension to the back office, but I can tell you later on, catch me, that wasn't really in scope of our demo, and that's not finalized. But if you go to the repository, you can see it there, because now every element is using this extension system. So there is no difference between whatever we do as an extension and whatever is part of the core back office. So yes, go to the repo, check it out. It's really nice. Try to build something as crappy as my editor's dashboard. It's a really good start to experiment with that. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yes.
So if there are no questions, I suggest we prepare our final keynote speaker. We'll just have a couple of minutes to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to get a seat here. So meanwhile, I would like to invite Ramona to the stage and get her ready. So I'll see you in 4 minutes. And hopefully everyone will be able to join us. Thank you, Julia. Yes, woo. Yes, yes. It's on, it's on. So, we have reached the ending of our conference, but we're going out with a big bang. Our closing keynote. So I'd like to introduce to you Ramona de Wit van Ark, who is a SRE lead at Ethos Tech. And in her closing keynote, she will deep dive in SRE and actually how simple it is to implement, or isn't it? Let's find out.
Let's find out, indeed.
Okay, the floor is yours, Ramona.
Okay, well, good afternoon all. I hope you all have some energy left, right? Because it's been a long day, so I hope the music a bit did the trick. But yeah, let's start. I have this big ass click thing, so hope it works. Is this not working? Should I put it out? Sorry, give me a moment. Oh. Yeah? I put the other one out as well, otherwise it looks weird, right? Okay, so I had my introduction myself, but yeah, I wasn't aware that this lady was going to do it. Anyways, I just wanted to add, I'm also a drummer, so that's why I added a drum kit, and I couldn't resist to put my own avatar in it, of course. So before I start my talk, just a quick check. SRE stands for? Yes, Site Reliability Engineering. I thought I'd make the check, because it becomes very awkward if I'm doing a complete talk about SRE, and you all don't know what I'm talking about, right? So, let's start. ABCECS 1, 2, 3. So, let me first explain you how easy SRE is, right? But before I do, let me rewind back to the retro style of it all, right? So, well, nowadays still, but back then you had a business, of course, and the business also always wants new, cool stuff, right? But they also want reliability. And they have to ask both things to two different teams, right? The new stuff went, of course, to the development team, which were responsible for design, the development, testing, acceptance. And then, somewhere in the middle, of course, they handed it over to the operations team, who were responsible for the maintenance and the support and the capacity. And of course, the development team is always happy to create new stuff. And they handed it over to the operations team, but the operations team was thinking like, new things. And why not? Well, with change, comes risks. And maybe then, the reliability is not as reliable anymore. So what you had was there was no common ground, basically, because everyone had different goals, everyone had different skills, and everyone used different tools. So, and then, after this picture, basically, SRE came to life, and actually Google started with it, right? Already in 2004. So, we are late. But anyways, it's cycling through now to IT land, right? And within their site, SRE.Google, you can find a lot of conversations. And one of the biggest conversation, or one-liner, is that they say it's what happens when you ask a software engineer to design an operation function. Well, doesn't that sound nice, right? So, second question here. I think there are a lot of developers here in this room. How will you do ops if it's been asked to you as a software engineer? How will you design an operation function? Anyone, feel free. Don't be scared, I'm here on the stage. No one? No one dares? Oh, tough crowd. Okay, so I've been told, because I asked this question as well, that you will probably automate everything away, or as much as you can. Because as a developer, you don't like to do the same thing over and over again, right? You don't like repetitive stuff, you don't like to follow processes. So if you can automate it away, you will do it. So then we come to SRE, right? So what is SRE then? We have a DevOps team, and we have an SRE team. And they tend to work together, right? And they are responsible together for the entire life cycle of a product, right? From beginning to the design, to the end, to the capacity. Basically, within the SRE team, you have software engineers as well, right? So below the normal operations as we know it, right? Incident management, problem management, change management, infrastructure, right? You have just different principles, SRE principles. So to name a few, right? We think that if something is going wrong in operations, it's a software problem, right? But we also believe that we want to minimize toil because we don't like toil. We like to embrace risks, we like simplicity, and we like to use the same tooling, right? Share ownership with the developers. So in short, it's operations in a new jacket. Going from Jackson 5 to Michael Jackson, right? So that was very easy, right? Explaining SRE. So let's see how simple it is then to implement it. So 1, 2, 3, simple as do, re, mi. In my case, SRE, right? So we are going to gather our band, right? And in our case, my band consists out of site reliability engineers, of course, cloud engineers, maybe a solution consultant, and a service manager, me, would also be nice, right? And if you gathered your band, you're going to pick a genre, because there are multiple ways to do SRE. So you have your kitchen sink team, which means basically everything is SRE. It's just the first team in existence. So simple, everything's come with one team. Or you will become an infrastructure team, meaning you are sort of behind the scenes team, helping other developers, making their life more easier and their jobs go faster, right? Or you will be a tools team. You focus on building software to help development measure and maintain and improve the system reliability. Or last, product application team. Then you just focus on one area basically, and a critical application, and you are going to improve the reliability there. There are some additional 2 flavors actually, because you can also become a consultant team as an SRE team, or you can embed SRE within DevOps. So basically, you have your band, you pick one of these genres, and then you go, of course, to the next steps, and that's setting up your album, right? Because we like to create some songs. And in this slide, I just took 5 songs, but an album can consist out of as much songs as you want, right? As long as they relate to the SRE principles, basically. But I took just 5 songs, just to keep it easy, right? But I chose for monitoring and alerting, managed by service level objectives, incident and problem management, move fast to reduce the cost of failure, cloud hosting, share ownership with the developers, infrastructure as code, automate this year's job away, service and support, work to minimize toil. And there I have my cool album. And then I can say, this is our brand. And in our case, it was ethos at, oh no, wrong, SRE at ethos. Nice, right? Sounds good. And I could say to everyone, let's play these effing songs. I cannot swear because I have kids. So, nice. I have my brand, and the only thing left to do now is to announce ourselves to the world, saying we are there to enable DevSecOps teams to adopt a modern IT operating model, working with the business to achieve a stable and reliable application development and delivery. Wow, that was simple, right? That was it. So, now we can start singing, right? Our song, SRE, ABC, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, girl. So let's see how that goes then. So we launch our album, right? And it's a big launch, of course. And as an SRE team, of course, we say, yeah, love the album, let's dance. And someone else will say, oh, I love my lyrics, I love my lyrics. But then, let's see, because it's about you and me. So, what will the DevOps team say? Some will say cool songs, but someone else is already thinking like, what are they singing about? And then another one is going like, oh, I can relax now. Yeah, of course, yeah. Do I want you to be relaxed on my songs? Wait a minute. DevOps, Development Operations. SRE Operations. I don't think I want you to be relaxed, but okay, he's relaxed. Anyways, we go on. Business, what will the business say? The business say, oh, what is this album? And someone else will already say, I don't like this album. And another guy saying, oh, I like the beat, but I'm not going to pay. Oh, shit. And then the last thing, of course, what will happen, or can happen, is that someone within your band is leaving your band because he's thinking like, why is this not a hit? We created a cool album, and they don't like it, or they start relaxing, or they won't pay. I quit. I leave my band. Damn it. So, you end up with a broken record. Dun, dun, dun. Nice songs and sound, but I don't understand your lyrics at all. Where did we go wrong? It was easy, right? It was simple, right? Because easy, you could find everything you want about SRE on SRE.Google. Everything is free, right? The books, the blogs, the conversations, and it was very simple. We have our team, started, done, and done. But nope. Not easy nor simple. Because the moment you set up your SRE team and you look at your DevOps teams, you think like, okay, but what are you responsible for and what are we responsible for actually? And did we discuss it? And did we agree? Okay, maybe we didn't agree. Maturity level. Is your organization actually ready to start with SRE? Because, advocating can bring you only so far. I mean, I can talk all about SRE, but if you are not willing to learn something yourself, follow a training, read some blogs, follow a talk, right? Yeah, then what? And maybe the organization already went through some, transition, went from waterfall working to agile, or from development teams to DevOps. And then I come with the next thing, SRE. Maybe it doesn't work. Basics and metrics. Yeah, if there maybe aren't any basics and metrics already in place, how can I show to the world what I'm actually, adding to the world? Can I measure my performance as an SRE team? Because if we are not measuring MTTR, mean time to restore, yet, and we don't have a proper incident management process, which I would like to automate away, yeah, then what? I end up with, what am I ending up with actually then? Fixing first the basics? So if you combine this all together, of course, then you get the short fun, I'm not going to pay. And then you don't have budget. And then you end up with the no money and no honey. So, yeah, it sounded cool, but wasn't it cool? So, what can you do then to create a hit song? Which we can all sing along over and over again. So let's see. I think, keep it simple. Don't create an entire album. Maybe it's not the best idea, right? Just stick to 3 songs. And still they have to relate, of course, to the SRE principles, but stick to 3 songs. So in my case, I choose for embrace risks. We manage service reliability largely by managing risks. Failure happens. We handle failure with incident management and postmortems, and minimize toil. We believe if a machine can perform a desired operation, then it should. Sounds good, right? Right? Well, let me learn you the lyrics of these 3 songs and see if it's simple or not. First song, embrace risks. Well, if you ever read something about SRE, this is a familiar song. I can already tell you that. You know it. But at the same time, it's not the most easy song. So, let me start. You have service level agreements, right? And you already had those, right? Because as a service manager, I got also all those service level agreements. And that was already there, basically. And that's basically the contract you make with your clients or users, saying something about the website. It needs to be available for 99%. If it's not available and it's down, then you have to fix it within 3 hours, and if you don't, you get a penalty. Well, doesn't that sound nice? But it's very reactive, right? Because shit already hit the fan. Then we're going to fix something, but the customers are already unhappy. So, is that working then? So, SRE came then with service level objectives and service level indicators, SLOs and SLIs. Well, service level objectives is the objective your team must hit to meet the service level agreement, right? And a service level indicator is nothing more than just measuring your performance in real life. And that's proactive, right? Because you are sort of trying to push towards that objective. So you are being proactive instead of reactive. But to explain it a bit better and make it a bit tangible, let's say our service level objective is about response time. In the service level agreement, it was said that we have to have a response time of 98%. And your service level objective, you always make more ambitious, right? So we say 99.9% of requests should be within 5 seconds. That's our service level objective, right? Then, of course, you have your dashboard, which will measure the actual performance, basically. And in this dashboard, you see 28 days. Why 28 days? It's consistent, because if you take months, it will go from 30 days to 31 days to 28 days. That's not very consistent, and you want to have a sort of consistent measurement. So, 28 days is equal to 40,320 minutes, meaning that the normal operations that it should be within 5 seconds is 40,280 minutes, leaving us 40 minutes, 40 minutes to be outside of these 5 seconds. And that's called your error budget. Your what? Your error budget. Meaning, there we embrace risk. We say we can handle 40 minutes being outside of these 5 seconds without thinking that our customers will be, per se, unhappy. If we exceed that, then we expect they will become unhappy. And then as an SRE team, we are going to do something. Are you still with me? Let me explain it in music terms, right? I'm a drummer. I come here to drum, and it's in my contract said by Hank, you cannot drum too loud. Okay, thank you. As a drummer, I like to play loud, right? But anyways, the SLO is then, in my case, you cannot play louder than 70 decibel, right? And of course, someone is here measuring, the guys in the back. And the moment I exceed that, and I go to 80 decibel or even 100, and I do that for a few minutes, you guys will think like, oh, it's loud. But oh, she tones it down, so I'm fine. But the moment I play loud for 40 minutes, well, then you think like, and you're going to leave the room, right? So as terms, then we go to the drummer. We tell her, please tone down. Or we hand you earplugs, maybe. That will help. Or we just unplug the whole thing and say like, when you don't behave, you can go away. So I hope that explains a bit more what this is. But again, this is a difficult song. And the reason why it's difficult is because you have to discuss it with not only, the DevOps teams, not the SRE team, but also the business, right? And the end users. And how will you explain the business that you are going to freeze everything the moment the error budget is burned up? And you're not going to release anything else before reliability is on par again. That's a tough bargain, I can tell you that, because business likes to have new stuff. Okay, second song. This is a more easy song, right? Failure happens. So basically, I just explained about SLOs and SLIs, and the moment you have an SLO breach, you get a call, of course, or an automated alert. And in SRE land, we have then an incident commander. And basically, the incident commander is there to basically solve the incident together with teams, or whatever he or she needs. So he will get the call, he checks the impact, he will set up a call with the solving teams, and he will lead the recovery process. And also when it's solved, he will lead the post-mortem, because we don't want to have the same issue happening again, right? That's what we don't want. This is a more easy song, because yeah, you can narrow it down as much as you want. If you just start with one DevOps team trying this, that's fine. It doesn't have to be the entire organization, right? So it's an easier song to sing. Last song, minimize toil. Toil is a bit of a strange word, at least for us Dutchies, right? I think Callum doesn't have any problem with toil, but for me it's a strange word. So what it means is that you do the same thing over and over again, basically, right? And that's annoying, and no one likes to do that, and we believe toil can be the job, basically, right? So if you want to minimize toil, you first have to find out, of course, where you have toil in your organization. So you have to ask your stakeholders, and that can be the business, it can be the developers, it can be whoever, has something that he or she has to do over and over again. So in our case, we had certificates, patching, and onboarding. These 3 things are happening every month, sometimes every week, and you have to onboard everyone and do the same process over and over again. So what you're going to do then is basically, you're going to find out what the effort actually is manually, or as it is now. This is in hours, by the way. And you're going to check what is it in years. And then you're going to check how much time will it take us to automate it away. And then you have this nice calculation there in the corner, and that's saying how much time it will save you. What's the saving effort? So in our case, 76% saving effort for certificates, 90 for patching, 50 for onboarding. So here you have your top toil projects. So in this case, you can also then say, the first thing I'm going to work on is patching in our case, because that's 90% saving effort. This is also an easier song to sing. Lyrics are not that hard. And again, you can make it as big as you want, basically, right? You can start just with one thing, instead of changing the entire world. So, and if you have these 3 songs, and you start singing as your band, then probably 1 out of 3 will become a hit. And you have to find out, right? You have to, check it well, and see what will be the one that, goes up in the list, the highest, earliest, how do you say it? The number 1 hit you want. And the moment you see that happening, you can, A, start a marketing campaign for your targeted audience. Meaning you can, throw it into the world. We have, for example, then, Ops Genie, which is an incident management automated system, and we are going to do this in this way, right? You can, B, learn everyone the lyrics, provide sing-along lyrics. In our case, that's training or workshops or documentation, so everyone can learn the songs. C, decide upfront how many records you would like to sell, because you can show it better, right? You have some metrics. You can easily say what you want to achieve, and that's what you want. Because then, 1, you can finally say, show me the money, right? Because you know a groove. 2, it's more likely that your band will stick together. And that's what you always want, right? Your band sticking together. Because it becomes more clear what you are responsible for. And it's also more clear towards the rest of the organization what you are doing. So it's nice to be in the band. It's nice to be part of an SRE team. And 3, you can have some jam sessions, right? To improve your sound, but also create new songs together. And that's what you want. Right? And then, hopefully, you don't end up with a broken record. So what I'm trying to say here, basically, is yes, SRE is easy. In some way, it is easy. You can read all about it, and it's not rocket science even. And yes, it's simple to, have your team, create your band, conduct your band. But the moment it's about you and me, girl, yeah, then we are just talking about a cultural shift. Because then I actually expect from everyone in this room to sing along and do it together, basically. And the moment you have that, it's not as easy as it sounds. So that was my talk. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for your talk, Ramona. I would love to be on your band, but I can't sing.
I can't sing either, but if you can play something, it's also fine, right?
I can play. I can like play the what's it called?
The triangle.
Triangle. Yes,
Triangle.
exactly.
Yes.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you. I hope it's been an inspiring, productive day for you, as it has been for me. It's the first time for me meeting the Umbraco community. I feel like it's a warm, very warm and open, friendly community. I felt very welcome, and I hope you did as well. It was my honor and a pleasure to be part of this event, but it would not have been possible, of course, without the organizers, Henk and Arnold. And also, as they mentioned earlier, if you feel like you want to explore your organizing skills as well, I think they can use all the help they can get, and I think that they're willing to help you as well. You will learn a lot about organizing conferences, speaking, and everything that goes with that. But before I hand over the mic to Arnold and Henk, they are the brains behind this event. So please, let's give them a very huge, massive applause. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We had a great time.
We had an awesome time. Yeah, it was really good.
I hope you all too. We have some drinks. We have some beer, some wine, some 0.0, some Coca-Cola, some soft drinks, some lemonade, some juices for you all there, and a final snack before you get on the road. And
yeah, after
if you
that,
have like a barbecue sign on your ticket,
you should also have an orange wristband.
Then there is a barbecue for you.
So we would like to thank all our sponsors. I'm not going to name them all, but yes, we have a lot of sponsors, and we want to thank them all. And if you're not yet a sponsor, reach out. I want to thank everyone helping us today. Maybe they can stand up.
They're already drinking.
No. So let's do an applause for everyone who has been helping us today and making this event possible. Because without the crew that helped us today, this couldn't be happen. So, let's get some drinks and see you next year.